Okay, I'm back, I think. That was painful. That was legitimately painful. It's not physically, mentally. So my camera did... one of my cameras didn't even work after I came back. Hey, Claire. But Claire's here to say hi. Man, that was horrible. What the heck? What the heck, dude? Oh, good. And I don't want this. I don't want this, Microsoft. I don't want a year in review. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. Stop telling me stuff I don't care about. Oh my god. Claire's doing tech support today. Yeah, she's doing tech support today. So I started my web browsers, and usually what it does is decide to pop up all the stuff I had before, but today it decided to pull up some sort of stupid year in review thing. So I'm not saying it's not garbage. I'm not saying it's not garbage. I'm saying everything is garbage. Everything is garbage. Everything's garbage. You can't avoid garbage. It's just all garbage. You just have to pick the garbage. Which garbage do you want? That's all I'm saying. Windows 11. Well, that may be true. It's just the year in review. Woo! Who cares? Especially when you're talking about not me, but the browser. Like, who cares? Now I'm looking at what settings I can disable for this. Because I don't like this. I don't want your damn year in review stuff. Because I don't care. Nobody, in fact, I would argue nobody cares. Like, not a single person cares. There is no person that cares. No, it was about how everybody on the internet searched and stuff. Like the year of in review of the internet. Or of the web, I guess. More than that. I don't see how I can disable this, because I want to. I know, no one cares. And the problem is it disrupted my tabs popping back up. Like, it's supposed to, when I close Edge, it's supposed to restart restart up the tabs that I had open before, and it usually does that. But for some reason, that year in review thing disrupted my starting up all my tabs, and so none of them started up. And that to me is disappointing. Out of everything, it disrupted the normal startup process. Can I block? Well, I don't see how to block it. I block most things. Oh well. That's so annoying. So annoying. How to get rid of unnecessary features. You can do that? What? I didn't know you could do that. That's amazing. Ah, I did not know that. Well, geez, now I'm gonna do that. Okay. Well, geez, I discovered some new stuff I could do, and I like it. Alright. I mean, mainly it's stuff that I can do to get rid of stuff I don't want. So, yeah. Alright. Anyway, I don't know why ads are going to start in 23 minutes, but that's what it says. I feel like since I ran 3 minutes worth of ads, it should have disabled it for an hour. That's what I was told would happen, but it didn't seem to happen, so... Boo. Boo Twitch. Twitch is jank. Just accept that Twitch is jank, and you know, you'll be in a better place. All right.
Boo earns.
Do I have anything to talk about before we start? I mean, I got a new Lego set. It's the train known as the Orient Express, and as a Lego set. I'm gonna be putting that together.
This game is jank.
I got some coffee. The highlight was the Legos, for sure. Anyway, I hope you all had a good holiday. Assuming you celebrated the holiday. I mean, if you didn't celebrate the holiday, I hope you had a good day. Let's go. I don't know when I'm going to take this stuff down. This stuff back here. I don't know when I'm going to take it down. It'll come down at some point. It'll probably be next year when it comes down. I mean, it's still kind of... Some of it's winter themed. So, like this... Well, that's not. But the Alpine Village, that is winter themed. I mean, it has obviously some Christmas decorations on it. But it's pretty winter themed as opposed to Christmas themed. Everything else is Christmas themed. I mean, that's kind of a thing too, I guess. Okay, it's just two stores in the winter. So, Mega Man hoodie, nice. Nice. That's sweet. Claire's on her chair. Ugh. Page not found. Oh. Where did you get that link? Where did you get that link? the panel links are broken. Oh man, I'm gonna have to fix that and upload a new thing for the helper app was fine. Like if you go to I fixed it here in the hell I think I fixed it here. Or on the web page. I think. I'll check. Wait.
That doesn't work.
Yeah, those links are bad. I should make sure they redirect to the correct page. Let me write that down. When I changed over to the new site, I didn't change those links. Fix. Oh, I'm gonna have to panel links. I mean, the other option is to just get rid of the panel. Link was below in the panel. Okay. Why was there a link? Where was the link to that? Okay, I'm gonna have to look myself. Man, I am hot. Wearing long sleeves, I'm hot. I'm gonna roll these up. Now I'm listening to myself. Oh, why does it say we're playing New Year's Mystery? Well, that's not right. It even says we're playing. Well, jank. Okay, the panel is absolutely broken. Apparently. I didn't realize it couldn't even handle, Okay, I need to update the Twitch extension. Apparently. One of them I have is correct. Wait, which one is this? I have 3 versions of it. Which one's the correct version? This apparently isn't the version that is being presented. Apparently this is the version being presented to people. Well, that's jank. Okay, well, I'm gonna have to, I guess, get this one approved. The link's probably broke, though. The link is broke. Alright, well, now I know. Anyway, let's play the game that we're here to play, which is this game. That's the wrong... this game. And get rid of that December logo, because this isn't December. I mean, it is December, but this isn't a December game. Caffeine free? Yeah, this is caffeine free. I had a lot of caffeine today. I had two. I had a coffee and some Mountain Dew. So I'm caffeinated. Whoops, no, don't do that. Oh, close that. That eats up my CPU. I really need to just uninstall it. Okay, play. What the heck, dude? All right. I'm talking to my computer. Call my computer, dude. By the way, this is a Christmas shirt. It's got the TARDIS, and it's being pulled by reindeer. Silvervine? What's that? What's that? It's a plant. It's a specimen species of kiwi fruit. You'll have to try it, see if Claire likes it. Also known as cat powder. It's more intense than catnip. Wow. It's like super catnip. I might have to try it. Another thing to write down. Claire does not like catnip, but it says that it might work on cats that don't like catnip, so... It says many cats that do not react to catnip will respond positively to silvervine powder. There you go. So, Claire isn't a catnip cat, but she might like it. She's not into catnip at all. At all. Gotta push some drugs on her, I guess, right? You gotta push some drugs on her. Push drugs on the cats. Oh, you don't like catnip? Well, how about these drugs? She likes food, though. Alright, let's do this. We're on a train, I guess? I mean, it looks like a train. 4 seats. It seems like a big train for it to have 4 seats across. I don't know. Does that seem big to you? Seems like a wide train to have 4 seats. I mean, unless that's all the seats. I guess you can have one, instead of having a center aisle, you have an edge aisle. Like on the edge of the train, and then 4 seats. That would work, I suppose. Also, that luggage there isn't secured, which I find potentially dangerous. I guess trains probably are a little bit more reliable when it comes, but there could be a cow on the track, though. You know? Alright, let's start the timer and go. ... You know, I didn't really want to talk about it until now, but I've got a talent. Oh, I don't deserve a gold star or anything. I've always been able to do it. You're not going to ask me what it is? Well, here it is. I have an uncanny power of deduction. You don't believe me? Okay, let me give you a little demonstration. Right now, in fact. Let's see. you're wearing an orange top, but it's a very specific orange. Guatemalan orange. A unique pigment made from warthog urine and black-headed gold droppings. Your hair is styled in the Balochi style of Southeast Persia, known as the inverted crepe. The traces of varnish on your nails can't hide the fact that you work overnight security at a boat varnishing factory. But still, do I really need to state the obvious conclusion out loud? You're an ex-tax collector for the Hungarian government, Belgian bench press champion, and you've taken this train to meet a one-legged Japanese guitarist and jam salesman. Ha 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 ha. Hey Marius, how's it going? Da 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 da. I'm impressed. Astonished. Inspector. Nothing escapes my keen observational instincts. Apart from what? Except the one or two things that don't quite fit. Oh, I know you're going to say I'm poking my nose in other people's business and all that. But, well, now it's sort of my job to poke my nose into your family's business. Fine, come on then, Mr. Nothing Escapes Me. Fine, stop me if I'm wrong, but there's still something going on between you and Martin, right? Ah, so gossip is part of your job description now, too. I fail to see the connection between me and Martin in the investigation. I don't outright deny it. You don't outright deny it, then. I'm just mentioning it because you kind of deserted him on the platform earlier. We had a train to catch. Still, you're, as my mother would used to say, as friendly as a prison door. That's true. I might have been a little cold. It's complicated. Complicated? Why don't you try explaining? Since it seems not too bad when it comes to complicated. Since it seems I'm not too bad when it comes to complicated.
Catherine?
Bon Dieu. Tu aurais bien fini par l'apprendre tôt ou tard, je suis enceinte.
What?
Ah, vraiment? Félicitations! Mais c'est génial! Une petite cousine pour Justine. Elle va être aux anges. Et Yves qui a bazardé la semaine dernière, C'est bien félicitations? Ou alors...
Alors, j'ai été voir Madame Solange.
Ah.
Et elle a bien changé depuis que Véronique a eu Justine. Enfin, elle m'a donné un contact sûr pour... si c'est ça que tu me demandais.
Et donc le père, c'est...
Martin? Non, il est au courant de rien. Tu es le seul et j'aimerais que ça reste comme ça. En tout cas, pour l'instant. D'accord?
Mais, Victor, enfin ton père je veux dire, tu ne comptes pas lui en parler?
Mon père? Avec tout ce qu'on a découvert, ce que j'aurais jamais su si t'avais pas été là. Tu ne penses pas que j'ai de la marge niveau secret? De toute façon, il y aura peut-être même pas matière à discussion. Mets-toi un peu à ma place, qu'est-ce que je pourrais bien lui apporter à ce gamin? Pas de famille, de mamie gâteau avec qui faire des confitures, de grand-père pour l'emmener à la pêche. Les souvenirs de famille et les poulets du dimanche, il en aurait vite fait le tour, hein.
I didn't do any of those things.
Écoute, je ne sais pas ce qu'on va trouver à Nérac, mais je te promets que tant que je n'aurai pas épuisé toutes les pistes, je continuerai à creuser. Et t'en auras autant que tu veux des histoires de grand-père à raconter au coin du feu.
Nérac, 2 minutes d'arrêt.
I know, I don't know why. Oh, I forgot to turn the volume up, I think, after our last game. That's part of it. Let me turn it up. But even then, it's, for some reason, the dialogue in the cutscenes is really quiet. I don't know why. We played Jazz Jackrabbit, I think. Where am I? Why am I here? What is going on? Does anybody know what I'm doing here? 'Cause I forget. Okay, that's great. We arrived. It's nighttime. Okay. Thanks for the splendid update, game. Thanks for the insightfulness. That's super. There's two ways we can go. Okay. Well, I guess we'll go this way. It's okay. Well, I went this way and then I came back. All right, great. It's like a point and click investigative game. So, you have dialogue options, and then you kind of have to connect the dialogue options to make a deduction. Kind of like a Sherlock Holmes game type thing. That's what it is. I think I finished it. I think we got it working. It was worth looking around. This is the only place open this time of day. It always says you need to look past the obvious, otherwise you might miss something. And now we've taken a good look at our wing mirrors. We can go back to looking straight ahead. Okay, what is that? What's that supposed to mean? So why did you zoom me out, dude? Where am I going? Oh. I think I finished it. I'll have to look back, but I think I can go in here. Well, thanks for putting a little icon to show me. Did I de-adventure? Maybe I de-adventured it. I don't know. Excuse me, can you recommend a hotel near me? Of course, miss. It's quite simple. I'll show you on the map. Between you and me, you'd have to work really hard to get lost. So go left, straight out the door. There you'll take the main road.
On se connaît, non?
Non, je ne crois pas. Vous devez faire erreur.
Mais si, souvenez-vous, on s'est croisés à Bordeaux il y a quelques années. Vous étiez avec Victor?
Victor? Non, vraiment, ça ne me dit rien. À Bordeaux, vous dites? Mais je n'y mets jamais les pieds. Pas vrai, les gars?
Ouais, tout juste. Mais si, voyons. Victor Douvalon? Non? Toujours pas? Attendez. Catherine?
Hein?
Coup de bol. Il y a quelqu'un qui connaît ton père, là. Zut, on l'a perdu.
Pas encore.
What's this? I don't quite understand the music thing. Hey, what's going on here? It's your machine's precision engineering. Got a direct Jupiter 104. Think you've got the only one in the region. Think you've got Baby It. What's that? Another broken record? I don't know, I just wanted to try and play the song. You didn't think, hey, you know what? There's a big red cross here. Someone must have taped it up for a reason. Yes, no, but come on. We just got the latest whatever that is. She's not bad, but I got you. You're after something a bit groovier, huh? The guys at the garage brought over a new record today. Yuda Priest, I think they called it. Some new wave British something or other. Haven't tried it yet. That's a shame. I really wanted to play this one. Yeah, well, I wanted to be a mechanic. We didn't always get what we want in life. Anyway, you're absolutely not allowed to play that one. Local law against it. Proper official bylaw. Can you read? Or if I play it outside the bar? Look, I've got a tape recorder with me. You having a laugh? The guys over at the garage rope, you into one of their schemes? What do you take me for? There. I'm not gonna fall for that. Let's forget about it. Anyway, I don't really see see why you'd want to put up with a song like that. Wait, what just happened? Okay. Well, I'm confused. Forbidden song. Oh, I saw somebody go that way. See that? Saw somebody run this way. Let's follow. They ran this way. I guess they went in here. Am I gonna get hit on the head? I hope not. I'm gonna get bonked on the head. It would suck. Lost sight of her at the last turn. Can you wait in the exit to make sure we don't lose her? You know the old saying, the one that goes, don't stalk people in the dark if you want them to become your friends. Something like that. Very funny, Mr. Late Night Philosopher. If she knows something bad about my dad, then I'm not gonna try and make friends. I'm gonna get her to talk. I think we already established that my methods are pretty effective, didn't we? Go keep watch over there, please, Inspector. This is nothing. Wait for my...
Partez de Nérac. Je ne sais pas ce que vous venez faire chez nous, mais rien de bon vous attend ici. Il faut que vous partiez. Je ne sais pas où vous avez été élevé, mais chez moi, quand quelqu'un prend la fuite et nous rejoue une scène de Casablanca avec projecteur et tout le tremblement, ça me donne plutôt envie de rester pour voir la fin du film. Catherine? C'est toi? Comment vous connaissez mon nom? Et qui êtes-vous d'abord? Vous connaissez mon père, c'est ça? Comment? Depuis quand? Serette, c'est bien toi. Serette? Plus tard. Il faut que je vous sorte d'ici d'abord. Je connais une bonne adresse de l'autre côté de la ville. Vous y serez très bien cette nuit. Et demain matin, vous... Mais je sais que tu dois avoir beaucoup de questions, Catherine. On en parlera demain. Pour le moment, vous devez... Simone! Simone, c'est toi? Oui, maman. Je vérifiais juste les valves de pression sur la cuve 3. Maman? Il y a quelqu'un avec toi. Maman? Catherine? Oh, ma Catherine!
Okay. And of course, that was the moment Simone came home from school soaking wet. Darling Catherine, you've got no idea how desperate I am to see you. Only, here in Narek, rumors spread like wildfire along the doorsteps and in the pubs. I'm worried that you coming might bring back some painful memories. Why is that? I don't know what I could have. I was what, 6 or 7? Oh, it wasn't you, my sweetheart. It's quite delicate. But you're an adult now, old enough to understand, to listen to these things. And I'd rather you heard it direct from me, and not some cafe terrace or shopping at the grocer's. What are we eating? Quick to advance. Catherine, my darling, I'm your mother, you and Simone are my little angels, but your father, Henry, isn't your father. There, I said it. Dad, what? Your father, my husband, was away. Henry was called up immediately. If only you'd known back then, of course. Didn't take him long to shine. Hear the way that people in Cagney go on about the fighting in their streets. Every boulevard should be named after my Henry. Henry left, and the brewery had to keep going despite everything, despite the uncertain future. Oh, I know it's not an excuse, but I was alone. I felt alone, so there was a lot of gossip. You know what I mean? Oh, I know what they called me in town. Hussy Marie. But Catherine, who cares about all that? You're as much a Benthener as I am. The house, the brewery, and everything that comes with it belongs to you too. Mom? All that must be quite a surprise. Why hide it? The family, Eric and Simone. Why did Vic... Shh. But what? What were you saying? Why hide all that from my little Catherine? Why all the time? Why all this time? Who knows? Her father must have had his reasons. Catherine. He separated us, but here we are, together once again. I can hardly believe it. You finally come back to me after all this time. Now you're here, all we need is your father to come back, and our family will be whole again. This sounds like some crazy talk. We're going to see Henry in Bordeaux together, aren't we? Where does he live? Henry? What? Simone, you already know Victor's address. You've been there before. I'm sure I saw you with Victor about 5 years ago. Victor? I'm sure you meant to say Henry. You must have misheard, Mom. No, Eugene, I really don't think so. People often say they've got one of those faces. And memories get a bit hazy after 5 years, wouldn't you say? Twitch's butts tonight? Yeah, I don't disagree. But I must be tired, that's all. Catherine, probably need a good night's sleep too, don't you? Huh? No, yes, of course you do. Come on, let's get to bed. No, I'm not tired. I'll show you to your room, Eugene. The bathroom's there. Shower and bath. There's towels on the shelves. Okay, I think that's everything. Oh, that's it? I thought we were gonna talk. So good night, and Simone, why earlier did you change the topic when I said I'd seen you? And why do you keep saying we've never met before? Breakfast is at 8. Good night. The next day. Come on, wake up, Mr. Inspector. There's orange juice and jam on the kitchen table. Mom is going to show us around Narek at 10. It's so sunny today. Okay. We got Welcome Home, we got Prodigal Daughter. Weird. Well, I guess we're going here. Who's this? Some guy with tiny feet. Tiny, long clown feet. Just like everybody. I still remember the Maréchal's visit. He came to town with his friend Darlan. Church wasn't big enough to fit everyone who came to the mass held on his honor. Crowd spilled out into the square, and mothers, wives, and young girls replaced the beggars. I asked him to intercede on your father's behalf. He told me that soldiers like him were always in his thoughts. Okay, that's it. Can't talk to her. I can't go upstairs. I can't talk to them. What the heck? Okay. They're like, yay, thanks for having us at your thing today. Alright. Here's the door for no. Oh! What the heck? We were just out there. Now you're in here? Jeez, weird. That's what happens when you get older. More years, more mileage, more shine on the bonds. But I look after myself. You can see that. Yes. I've grown a little thicker around the middle. Same. But like to see how you'd end up after spending your afternoons visiting all the old folks in the parish. Can I give you another little cake, Father? What's that? Don't tell me you can't manage a bit of bacon quiche, Father. I could go on with the litany of complaints. And don't get me started on the fetas, grand opening, receptions. I don't know what that word is. Dinners and all that. Fetas? I don't know. I'm not a priest. All I do is eat. Well, I think you look good, great, Father. Well, he's in a robe. It kind of hides stuff. A little meat on the bones inspires confidence in these parts, eh? Wouldn't you say? Yes, definitely. And with your build, you must have played a bit of rugby when you were younger. I was young, not half. Guys at rugby want me to come and train the youngins for the scrum. They have the silliest notions. They all go, but Father, it's easy for you. Take a leaf out of Jesus' book, Scoring a few conversions. In it, your line of work after all. Let's just say that they have a very local definition of Christian charity. They tend to believe that the third half means they can get out of coming to Sunday Mass. God forgive them. $1 billion, that's a lot of money. But here we're the profane land, a true mission for an adventurous priest. Like you. That's true. So anyway, Catherine, how you've changed. You're a woman now and blonde. It suits you, I must say. Yes, must have had some ancestor to thank for that. The blonde gene must have skipped a few generations. I'm suspicious. Very, very suspicious right now. What are you saying, dear? No need to make all that up just to justify getting your hair dyed. Why are you ashamed of your brown hair? I remember how you started trying to dye your hair when you were little, damaging your beautiful hair so young. But I suppose you're right, Mom. I think that really I've always been a bit embarrassed to have brown hair. Oh, she does have brown hair? Andre. How is dear Andre? Still shut away, living the hermit life? You know, living in caves and so on would be great for teaching kids at Sunday school. But I suppose our Andre is a bit too old for all that. I think the only time I see him is at my Sunday service. I can't complain, but I'd be remiss if I didn't tell you that we'd also love to see him at the stadium, at the cafe. At Patank, I don't know what that word is. Like, they translated this to English, but some of the English words apparently didn't translate. Our Andre works too much. It's not all normal. Our good Lord always warns against that. May the Lord hear you. Hardly ever see him myself. Speaking of hermits, sometimes I wonder if he doesn't sleep in his office too. Well, let's pay him a little family visit tomorrow then. It's decided. Catherine, I'm sure he'll be delighted to see you again. This is weird. I'm gonna say this right now. I'm gonna say right now, this is getting weird. If it wasn't already weird, it's getting even weirder. Oh, here's that guy again. Who's this old dude? I've never gotten those, I don't think. Man, that sucks. I don't want you to get those types of ads. I really don't. Ah, almost 3 hours to boil. Francis, are you sure you sorted the... Oh, it's you. All... Thinners have to be brewers? Depends on who you ask. My father, my uncle, and my mother will all give you different answers. Though I suppose that since you're a private detective, you'll work that out for yourself. What's your answer? Mine's not important. Not until the day it's the most important one on here. Well, not until the day it's the most important one here. Why's that? I think Catherine is waving at you. Okay, alright. And Francis, what time you broke? That time you broke... Why am I walking? The time you broke your wrist. Henry stood in for you the last minute doing your night shift, even after pulling his normal 12-hour day. Yes. And you, Gaston. Wasn't it a tank near it exploded that we had to evacuate everyone? And who remained behind alone? Yes. See, your father did absolutely everything here. These smells, these sounds, it's all coming back. They used to use this door to run out of the house before they could tell me off. Okay. That's it. That's the conversation. She kind of remembers. Yeah, I broke my character. And now we're up here, okay. Mr. Casaubon, you're just in time. Or Casaubon, you're just in time. I just had Picard on the line. Told me the harvest was pretty bad. He's looking to raise his prices again. It's only fair, I suppose. Well, I suppose we're going to have to spend the budget for the new machines on that instead. Old Bertha survives another year. We'll have to slow down a bit if we want her to survive the season. Tell Simone to set up a new rota with the guys. Like always, prioritize anyone with a large family.
Autre chose? Ah, mais c'est toi, Simone. Et tu me laisses parler comme ça dans le vide. Le petit fouichard a de la fièvre, tu pourras aller jeter un œil. J'essaierai de venir ce soir au manoir pour faire connaissance avec ton ami. Bienvenue chez les Fintener, vous êtes ici chez vous. Mademoiselle...
Fintener. Catherine Fintener.
Catherine? Mais c'est bien toi. Bienvenue parmi nous. Victor ne serait pas avec toi, dis-moi?
Non, André. Ton frère, Henri, n'a pas daigné se déplacer. Il faut croire que nous ne sommes pas dignes de sa présence, que sa famille ne compte pas.
Marie, nous étions d'accord, non? De ne plus parler de tout ce... Il était temps de...
Tant de quoi, mon beau-frère? Tant de quoi?
Nous en reparlerons. Et y repenser, je crains de ne pas avoir le temps de passer ce soir au dîner. J'ai beaucoup de travail. Catherine, je suis sûr que nous aurons vite une autre occasion de discuter.
Okay, it's getting even weirder. It's getting weirder. It just keeps getting weird. What's this? Oh, he's locked. We have work to do. Be able to talk to him. We gotta learn some things. Your father used to court me here by the water. I resisted advances for a few months just to keep up appearances, but I knew we were going to get married the first time I laid eyes on him. There's a little dance. They used to set up a Sylvan theater in the summer, and your father always... okay. I guess I'm going this way. Ba 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 ba. Here's the dude. Hello? Hello? Why are you following me? It's annoying. Huh? Were you really following me? Ah, my young friend, without evidence to the contrary, I'm sorry to say that you were the one who followed me here. No, I meant since I arrived in Nuremberg. I doubt it. To be more precise, it's not you I'm after. Listen, mister. I didn't come here to make small talk with. Enough. I'm just explaining that it's not you, but that charming blonde you're with. Oh, so you admit it then. Not even trying to hide it. Well, I'd prefer if you stop with your little game of hide and seek. I've practiced savate, you know. You know the Revers Quartet kick? Oh. 1,000 pardons, my good sir. I didn't know I stood before such a brave knight, ready to take on all comers. Don't get me wrong. I like a bit of panache, I do. But panache and courage don't get you far these days. At least not against this curse. What? You heard me right. Yes, a curse. Really? A curse? Here I was thinking you didn't get those anymore. Is there something special about your curse? A wilting rose? Someone in a deep sleep, perhaps? Oh no, if only. It's a classic curse, one on the whole town, so no need for jealousy. We've had it ever since the return of the prodigal child. It's a stuff of tragedy. Picture the setting, Nuremberg. Or was it Ithaca? Ulysses left for war long ago and returned to us transformed. Does Penelope remain faithful? Catherine? No, my friend. Come on. I'm not talking about your beautiful blonde friend. Firstly, she's not my blonde. And let me tell you, I'm talking about the first prodigal child, the prodigal son. And if you're someone for whom judgment and common sense are still important, which I don't doubt for a moment, I'm referring to the one called Henry, of course, or is it Victor? One old Ramonette's getting a little confused. But how can we simple citizens hope to understand this touching family story? Well, let's say I did take the judgment and common sense option in school, just as you put it. And let's say that I must have made me a detective. Where do you fit in this story? Because I'm worried if that mightn't make you a suspect. What's your name anyway? You're not from around here, so I'll forgive you this time. Ramonet. Is it Ramonet? It's probably Ramonet. Not Ramonet, it's Ramonet. With your permission and your service, your high inspectorness, I'm saying that because everyone here in this beautiful town knows me. Okay then, Mr. Ramonet. How about we go over your ex-plan? Eugene! There you are. We've been looking for you everywhere. Mom's insisting that she has to show us something. I'll be with you in a minute. I was just finishing talking to... Did you see a tall, slightly scary-looking guy? Yes, he's standing right in front of me. Come on. Talking about me. Talking about me. Alright, I think I'm going to take a quick break. I know I didn't start that long ago, but I'm going to take a break anyway. This is my normal break time. I'm going to stop the timer and take a break. Claire's kind of pretty content. But I don't know what, join the club. I don't know what's going on either. This is what we got. We're trying to figure out who this Victor guy's past. That's basically the goal of this game. It's very confusing. This game is very confusing. There's like a story here, but like, I don't know if we're gonna actually, like, conclude, if the story's gonna conclude, or what the heck's gonna happen. So, anyway, what's this button do? Oh, it goes here to these options. Anyway, I'm gonna take a break. I'll be right back. Oh, my fonts are not working either. Lovely. That's so annoying. See how my font, where it says Taco will be right back, it doesn't say it correctly because my fonts aren't working. I know why they're not working. It's because I had to reboot, and when I reboot and I don't wait long enough, the fonts don't load. Oh well.
Oh my yes.
Waouh, oui, waouh.
Okay, I'm back. I think the ads are done. See, that one snoops the ads for an hour. So weird. I don't quite understand what's going on. I don't understand. All right. What does this mean? No, I don't want to know. Okay, I'm in my room. I can't go to sleep. I hit the wrong button. Whoops. I need to swap those so I don't ever do that again, because we never need the old scene again. We never need it. Wow. This room is slick. It's got a sink with with what looks like no proper drain. So water goes all over the floor, I guess. I don't know. Okay, let's go. What are we doing? Tonight are we snooping? Are we doing some snooping? Snoopy snooper. Oh, we're just going into a room, no knocking. Okay. Catherine. You know that I'm happy you found your family, rediscovered things from your childhood. It's wonderful, isn't it? I finally know where I came from. My mother, Eugene. I finally know my mother. Don't you think we should check so that you're not... That's it? I find my family and that's all you have to say? You can't even pretend to be happy for me? No, that's not it. I don't want you to jump to conclusions is all. There's still a few things about this story that doesn't quite add up. So what do you expect to find? Being so paranoid is more than just your professional caution at play. It's just not it's just not normal at your age. Any more of that and I'll start worrying about you. But I'm in too good a mood for all that. So your work here is done. Bravo, Inspector. So if you can just chill a little, let me enjoy spending some time with my mom and sister, okay? Simone took me into the mill just this morning. Oh, the memories come rushing back. Getting out of school, running through puddles. Mom just wanted to show me. Why did she leave Narek? I mean, why did he leave Narek? I mean, he had everything here. And why did he go to Bordeaux, leaving his own daughter behind? And took the other little girl instead? The one who wasn't even his own daughter. You don't think there's anything strange about that? You're imagining things. Yes, sure, that must be it. I'm imagining things. So, what should I call him? Henry or Victor? Because Andre and Marie can't seem to agree. Henry, Victor, nothing's changed for me. He'll always be Dad. As for you, you're a big boy. You'll manage. Okay. Okay. So the next time I'm passing the salad at dinner, I'll just ask him then, hey, Victor, does his aisle run in the family? Oh, okay, I understand now. All you're interested in is your Victor. Alright, you can have him, for all I care. You said it to yourself. He's the kind of person who can just abandon his wife and child. A man who deprived me of a family, and who isn't even my real father anyway. Run back to Bordeaux and your precious Victor, Henry, or whatever you want to call him. I made you a promise, and I intend to keep it. Get out of my room, please. Okay, the next day. Alright, that's all we needed to do. I don't know what's going on with this game. Like, I still haven't figured it out. Oh look, we have a thing now. Why did Henry leave her leave Eric with only Catherine? I'm guessing to protect her. But now he's being called Henry. I mean, we can create a potential scenario and see if we're right. Okay. We're on to something here. We probably need another word. Or it could be protect Marie. Or Simone. I mean, we're just guessing. Or the brewery. No. Okay. We have no idea. I mean, I just thought I'd put some stuff in the thing. Let's see if she's there and we can get her Oh, she's not. Oh, wait, there's something on the dad. There's something. I've kept this warm for you and your father. You never want for anything. I promise you that. I've kept them warm for you. Okay, these should be apostrophes, and they seem to be question marks. You'll never want for anything. This seems like jank. Public limited capital of... Whoa, that's a lot of money. The heck? There's stairs back there? Is that what we're seeing? There's secret stairs. There's secret stairs back there. You see that? Alright, well, I don't think we can do anything about that right now, so... Okay. Secret stairs in the cabinet on the okay. More doors. Let's just go in the doors, I guess. There's a key. That's a yoink. I'd call that a yoink. I'd call that a yoink. We just got into somebody's room and took a key. Heck, I'd call the shares a yoink too. That's 2 yoinks. That's a double yoink situation. Yoink! Are these stairs or... I think those are stairs. This is a door. Oh, you got a book. Ooh. Photo album. Henry receives his brewery certificate. The engaged couple have a dance. Henry and Marie happily married. Okay. Baby Catherine, her mother's arm. Oh, we can zoom in. Holiday. Henry repairing a valve. Lyric underwater. Okay. What's this? Just click in. Oh, we can look down. What did I just do? Open it? Oh, I can. Oh, there's something on the back. For the attention, I have open to the next. I have open next to me the notebook belonging to Officer Bosch, head of the whole thing, VII-F for the month of November. You see, the German officers kept a meticulous record of the camp's activities and its occupants, the problematic prisoners, and those who were more understanding towards their guards. By chance, they were too busy in spring 1945 to burn these records before our Soviet friends arrived. And so, for these records, we learned that on the 13th of November, a prisoner named Henry Benthener will be entitled to a double ration for 1 month. No reason is given. Further, on the deaths of the Lieutenants Antone Padjard and Gaston and Captain Jeffrey Moorman are recorded after an escape attempt. You'll forgive a simple housewife for seeing this as more than a mere coincidence, and given the sterling reputation of Mr. Henry Benthener and his brewery, a coincidence that would be most unfortunate to hear circulating in the streets of Neric. Believe me, the only thing stopping me from coming after you right now is my duty to the 5 orphans in my care and the pittance of a widow's pension. But rest assured, I will save what little I can until the day I can finally make the trip. Ooh. Ooh. We got a threatening letter. Ooh. That is a threatening letter. Hey, Dunk Donuts. Hey, it's the butler. Hey, it's a room that has nothing. They even covered the pool table, but put balls on it. Okay. Like, that's weird. To me, that seems weird. This is the dining room. I think we were eating in here. Oh, we can talk to the butler. Adam has informed me of your stay. Please let me know if there's anything that I can do to make your stay more comfortable, sir. Sir will ask if he needs anything, but sir has a name and would prefer that you use it. As long as that's not against your religion or something. If sir feels he can extend his generosity to tell me his name, then I will ensure that I use it in the future. Eugene. What a wonderful name, if I may say so. Just wonderful, Mr. Eugene, sir. No, just Eugene, please. I cannot promise, sir, anything, but I will do my best. However, I feel that I must warn you. Miss Simone has been requesting I do likewise, ever since she was old enough to talk, and I still find it difficult to do so. Don't worry, I won't hold it against you. So, what should I call you? Clodomir, sir. Well, here I was thinking I was the only one with an old-fashioned name. I would like to point out to Mr. Eugene that Clodomir is the name used by those fulfilling my function in this house. Function? I entered the family service in 1924 during Mr. Gene's tenure. It was customary that each staff member take on the name of their predecessor. Why trouble our masters with minor details like learning the names of new servants? I see. Different times indeed. 1924, you say. If I may, how old are you now, Clodomir? Clodomir? Of course you may, sir. 76, sir. Wow, I mean, you don't look a day over 60. Mr. Eugene is too kind. And how do I find your masters? Are you satisfied with them? And how do you find your masters? Indeed, I have nothing to complain about. After working for 3 generations, will we have the pleasure of joining us for dinner this evening? Or Mr. Eugene be dining out? I don't really know. You should ask Catherine. I was only asking, sir, so I can inform Baptistine. We don't often have guests these days. Really, a big manor like this, isn't it just perfect for hosting events and receptions? Unfortunately, Mr. Andre isn't really one for that, and Miss Simone doesn't particularly care for these social occasions. If only you could have seen the house before the war, Mr. Gene's time. Okay. If only. I think that's the way out. Let's go in this door. Hey, Gregory. The text a blur to you? Oh, this is the brewery. Brewery. Okay. What's this? Mr. Dumas. What drove you to come to the town of Neric? We had information that said Andre had been in the company of terrorists, so why didn't you go to a gin? We knew that the Bintherin boy lived in Neric, where his father was mayor. His father was protecting him. Who knew how many other so-called resistants we might find hiding in the town? And during this visit, you questioned Mr. Gene, Andre's father. Did he know about his son's activities? In the beginning, he didn't want to talk, so we started to be more precise in our questions and interrogation techniques. We asked him if he knew about his son's activities. What did he say? He eventually admitted that he knew and that he was even proud of him. In your opinion, did he have any kind of role in the resistance? Not directly. I think he knew at the time that several wanted individuals were riding in this town, but he was feeling brave because he knew that his end was near. Before the events, he had no idea they were linked to the resistance. Okay. I think that's it. Okay. Why did I find those here? Okay, talk. Oh, I know you got plenty of questions, so go on, I'm listening. Well, look at all these topics. He didn't take a penny of the inheritance. Everything was my mother's name at the end of the war. Oh, all of that stayed secret, of course. I was told about it when I became an adult. They told me Andre had insisted that Victor receive a salary suitable for his role as director. He was able to save a small amount of money. He set up his new life, Catherine in Bordeaux. I didn't want to be too nosy, but I always thought Madame Solange had a much bigger part to play in this story. Okay, I have to say, when Catherine arrived 5 years old, me found it hard to accept. When Catherine arrived? What do you mean when she arrived? Like when she was born? Oh, of course I was all a little hazy for a young kid who suddenly arrived with a family. Mom's pregnancy seemed incredibly fast. My life was turned upside down first with the arrival of a father, and I only knew from stories, and then with a brand new baby sister. Yeah, I didn't make life easy for her. As soon as she was able to walk and go outside, I started taking her along with me to mess around near the river. I used to love going and slumming it with the kids. Bosniak, as Mom would have put it. One day she was our target, playing at firing squads like Herrick and Bullett's execution. What? Don't tell her I said this, but that day Catherine was so scared that she weed herself. An execution isn't something anyone should ever have to see, but liberation and purging are two sides of the same coin. I don't mean to get all serious, but it was like I had two different sides when it came to my sister. And Dad left with her, only her. He left me behind, alone, and Eric while Mom fell apart. I hated him, I cursed him, but I grew up and I changed. As time went on, I wasn't able to get back in touch with her. It weighed on me. I'd love to make up for lost time. Okay. Mom wanted me to be the perfect little girl, the type to show off to giant ants, great ants, in first communion photos. Well, that failed, and really all I'm doing is following in the footsteps of the previous Bentheners. I'm getting my hands dirty in the family brewery. I grew up among the brewery workers. Ever since I was a little girl, I've been surrounded by the warm air from delivery van exhaust, clattering of machinery, the seasonal scent of fresh hops. What's not to love when you're that small? All sorts of secret places to discover, playing hide and seek around the barrels, and that still surprises Mom. I mean, it's not like they locked me up in a boarding school for good little girls, is it? I did my studying. I know my Latin and my German as required by family tradition. I like languages. I got passionate about Italian, and a few years ago I planned to go to study in the north of Italy. Lombardy, Milan, the lakes, all that. And the Italians know a thing or two about fine mechanics and machine tools. A pizzo, as they say in Italian. But how could I leave when so many workers are counting on me to take care of them? Okay. Hey, Drew. It's going alright. How you doing? God knows that I love my mother dearly, but between us, there are days where she exacerbates me with her little obsessions. Even as a little girl, I saw her constantly pecking at Dad. I don't know why, but it's the little things like that which stand out when you're young. Maybe it's because we're always afraid of our parents fighting. It's like Mom felt some need to drown him with the mundanes of daily life. Comments like, that's strange. You always liked this food before, but you've always hated this color. Must have weighed on him over the years. It's like she was having a go at him for changing. How weird, of course. We change. Everyone changes. We get older, we improve, it all depends. for Mom, it was like Dad wasn't allowed to change despite the years, despite the war. So of course, it didn't help. Must have been part of what made him leave. At the brewery, everyone was practically family. They all saw me growing up and poking my nose into their jobs. I think they respect me, see me as more than their boss's daughter, who they have to keep their distance from and be polite to. They quickly realized I wasn't afraid to get my hands dirty and always say I'm just like my dad. But despite all that, whether I like it or not, a man is the head of the brewery. As the head of the brewery is more reassuring for our creditors and partners. You gotta go to bed soon? Well, thanks for stopping by. I hope you had a good holiday yourself. What about Andre? My uncle is brilliant, opinionated, all that, but he's no leader. I often felt that the workers stayed more out of loyalty to my grandfather and out of hope that my father might return one day. Some of those things we don't really talk about. Dad only worked at the brewery for 5 or 6 years, and that was over 20 years ago. It's still like he just left today. Or maybe I'm just saying that because he's my dad. I don't know. But ask around. He really made an impression on people around here. He's part of the scenery. He married my parents, baptized me. He knows our family inside out. But there's one thing that really used to bother me when I was younger, that he talked much more easily with my sister than me. Even when it was Catherine who was wrong, he always gave me the talk about how I need to set an example and act grown up. I hated it. I didn't think it was fair. Why did he let her get away with it? Keep it to yourself, but Uncle Andre didn't even try to warn Henry about about how bad things were at the brewery. He actually asked me not to mention it, too. He only told me because we were both out in the field, facing things together. But also because on paper, at least, I was technically the one who inherited the brewery, majority shareholder, because of the shares going to the elder branch of the family. Uncle Andre goes to a lot of trouble for a business full of problems. He even has to ask for my signature before he can do something a lot of the time. It's so unfair. He shouldered so much since Dad left us in '52. That was nearly 20 years ago. I don't know if you met him, but you can see as soon as you look at him that this lanky shape could land him a great job as a local scarecrow, but as soon as you speak to him, you'll quickly see he's got a heart of gold. And don't the local kids know it? They know that Ramone always has a little sweet or something in his pocket for any child that desires to get close enough. Ramone is no prude, and not one to hold a grudge either, even against the people bad-mouthing him behind his back. Okay, that doesn't explain. What is this? We're kids, too young to understand what's going on with them. The others played cowboys and Indians, but I invented the inspector and the collaborators. I was the biggest one of the group, so of course I played the inspector. The others were the collaborators. Catherine, too. I don't know what this is. What is that? Man, we have a lot of topics to discover. Alright. Well, I'm done talking to you. No! Zoom out. This game has a lot of issues with zooming and stuff. Like, I will go into a new room and... Yes, hello? Can I help you? Yes, I'm looking for the information about the brewery. I'm sorry, but we're not open to the public, sir. Access to the archives is for employees and shareholders only. But I know... I know the Fifthers very well. I'm staying with them. That's wonderful for you, I'm sure, but it doesn't make you a shareholder. A friend of a shareholder at best. Does this share certificate make me a shareholder? Oh, yes, of course it does. I'm so sorry, sir. I didn't know you were a shareholder. The archives are open to you. Get wrecked! Me yoinking a share. Lets me yoink information. Ugh. I'm the best. Whoop. Looking for documents that may help me out. Oh yeah. There's no documents. Your drawers are also very messy. Your drawers are messy. You should, like, get some of these bottle caps out. Maybe use some better organizational techniques. Hey, here's something. Shareholder letter. Please allow me to express once again our profound friendship and deep respect for your deceased husband. It is therefore with regret that I am obliged to inform you that this letter of the difficult but necessary resolution adopted by an informal meeting of the company's majority shareholders. This is some weird handwriting. In effect, after the hard years you've all gone through, the brewery is no longer profitable in its current state. Of course, we all hope for the swift return of your son Henry to take up the reins of the company and reestablish confidence, but unfortunately family succession is very unpredictable in these uncertain times. Indeed, the most recent news of your son was over 6 months ago. We believe it is essential that these uncertainties are dealt with as soon as possible, and that we can be certain that Henry will return to succeed his late father. If the situation fails to proceed in the way we hope, we will have to seriously consider removing ourselves from the company and selling our shares to the highest bidder. Sending you our warmest regards on behalf of all of our shareholders, Dr. Joseph something Duplanter. On behalf of Mr. Christian Andrew. Da, 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 da. Okay. Okay. Who cares? Sell your shares. Who cares? We don't need you. Alright. Check in the archives for information. Nothing in there. Doot, doot, doot. Nothing in there. Nothing in there. Anything in here? No. Well, maybe. No. Next one. Da, da, da. Nothing in here. Bunch of junk. Why do they have so many oh, there's something in here. Financial report. Company income statement. Accounting profit. 1 million francs. Add backs, non-deductible. Personal benefits. Taxable profit after tax adjustments. That seems pretty good. That seems pretty good. I mean, 416,000. That seems pretty good. All right. Okay. There we got some info. Hey, what's this? Oh, there's another drawer here. There's nothing in it though. Well, I don't even know where that drawer is. Oh, it's this cabinet. Okay. What it is. Okay, cool. We got some info. Has anybody been to a brewery before? Have anybody been to a brewery? I have. I've been to a brewery. Been to multiple breweries. You're here from the employment agency? No, sorry. Well, if you're here about the July invoices, you gotta come back next week. Got it all wrong. I'm here with Catherine. Ah, yes, the guy told me about that incident. Cafe. Your arrival caused a bit of a stir. Sorry, I'm a bit run off my feet at the moment. Mr. Andre asked me to put up a smoke screen whenever a creditor turns up. Smoke screen? Isn't that a bit of an exaggeration? I get a little nostalgic for 40s. Or 40s sometimes. I surf with Henry, you know, that creates bonds, memories. Some that brought back medals and awards. Me, I brought back shrapnel in me thigh. Been limping ever since. If it hadn't been for the Fentheners, father and son, I don't think I've had any work ever after being, whatever, demobbed. So there you are. You captained the boat for nearly 30 years now, and how does your work here as a manager consist of? Oh well, mostly shouting at people and turning off the lights at the end of the day. Hey, you over there, get some gloves on you, will ya? Anyway, what was I saying? Am I right, or am I right? Or am I right? Who's he talking to? These nerds? And so I said, it's not that complicated. Just go back over everything one by one until you find the one that's off. What did he say? Oh well, he's not all that bad, really. I think he twigged that he needed to take it easy on the old lady and that we didn't exactly have brand new machines. Must come as a bit of a shock for him to have to deal with our knackered old equipment. No, really, from the flagship Renault factory in Billincourt to the Bintner Brewery in Narek. I'm proud of what we've got here. Gotta say though, leaving Paris for a little backwater, it's gotta be a bit of a shock. I heard they had nearly 30,000 people there. This place is nothing compared to that. Of course, compared to that, how many of us are there now? They're here now. 74. No, 47. I don't worry about Panisse. I heard he had to skedaddle after the ruckus in 68. His red sympathies made him a few enemies. I didn't know he was a sympathizer. Should have warned him that Radio Moscow wasn't going to go down well here either. Should have. I mean, we're not exactly badly off here with Mr. Andre. Okay, I have two ways I can go. I'll go this way. Okay, I'm gonna try the other way now. I just want to know where they go. Yeah, we have two different ways. Okay, let's go. Oh, look. I think I... Hello, Marie. Hello, Catherine. Hello, young man. How did you sleep? Yes. Or did you sleep well? Yes. So, Eugene, why don't you go for a little walk this morning? Today's market day. Well, I'm not one to brag. Our lovely little market is the pride of Narek. Yeah, it's a good idea, Catherine. Okay, I'm going to freshen up and then you'll show me the family photos, Mom? Yes, dear. Okay, I'm not going to insist. No need, young man. My daughter and I are just so happy to see each other after all this time. Catherine is a little overwhelmed right now, you see. You'd be too if you were her, right? I think so. But we have a little time to sit down and chat. Get yourself a coffee and let's talk. Oh, Henry, my husband? What a shame you never had a chance to meet him. Well, actually, I mean, I can only imagine. He was always a shining example for everyone in Narek. A brilliant scholar, a climbing champion. He made his parents proud. A few years before the war, he left to study at the top brewery school in Germany. In Germany, before the war, wasn't it a bit unusual for a Frenchman to go there? Why's that? The Finther family has its roots there, and it's a rite of passage for all the eldest members of the family to take on the family business. Henry learned German, like all children. Okay. Henry was just like his father and all the others before him, true to the family patriotic roots. Family that's been French for over 150 years. He completed his military service with honors. He was so successful that our marriage was actually a little rushed. We didn't have time for a honeymoon because he was called up to the army in 1939. Then came the battles of 1940, where he fought vigilantly to defend the Wagon line. Okay, unfortunately his courage exposed him to the enemy and he was captured. Like so many other soldiers. What a waste. But I know my Henry. He's a strong spirit. Despite the hardships, I know that all those difficult years of the camps didn't break him. There's a lot of gossip about the identity of Catherine's father. In 45, it was a rumor. There was a Wehrmacht captain. Then it was Pierre Nifflard, salesman. Rumors tend to hang around. Then people got bored of it. Anyway, my little angel's back. Yes, and after all these years, I didn't think I would ever see you again. Her sweet little face, her beautiful hair. Yes, about her hair. She's the oldest after all. She learned German like all Bentheners. I didn't know where her interest in mechanics and complex instruments came from. My goodness, I've never really understood, but I still can't help sighing when I see her spending her evenings talking to other workers in the cafe. It's not her place, and her mixing with all those men makes me despair at times. She insists on calling her uncle Papa Andre. Ugh. But what can you do? She enjoys being close to our workers, just like her father. Things weren't always easy with Elizabeth, my mother-in-law. She was a strong character. She had to be when her husband Jean left us. I devoted myself to this family, body and soul, enough that she finally accepted me. A complete about turn from the beginning, where she made it very clear to me that I wasn't good enough for her darling son. But my loyalty and sacrifices for this family eventually persuaded her. Good for you. Why's that? Young man, there are certain things that stay between a mother-in-law and her daughter-in-law. Ooh. If only he could see what I've gone through for him and everything I'm prepared to do if he would only come back. Okay, we already had that. I don't know, I still don't know why it does that sometimes. It's like if we get a topic, and we have to click it again to make the thing go away. It's a century's worth of history, all weighing on Andre's shoulders. He does what he can, but he doesn't come naturally to him like it did to my Henry, particularly since he doesn't get the chance to finish the training. Didn't get the chance to finish the training. Henry had to complete the studies in Nancy when things in Germany suddenly changed in 1933, but everything turned around for Andre, and his passion clearly lay on teaching. It wasn't really a problem because Henry was all set to take over the brewery from his father. A faithful servant of the church with his own special way of looking after his flock. Man, why is this guy even a topic? He's the one who married me to Henry, you know. He baptized the children, and fingers crossed, he'll be here to baptize my grandchildren too. My brother-in-law, what a life. He hardly even pokes his nose out of his office anymore. The only time you can get him out is if there's some kind of school visit. Then he's all smiles and enthusiastically yapping away with each pupil about the nitty-gritty of a brewer's day to day. I get the impression he enjoys his work. Hard to say. He was always destined to teach. He took on the brewery alone out of necessity. If only he was as good at getting smiles from his workers as he is from the kids during school trips. Henry knew how to do it. He always had the right words, a welcoming tone. Okay. I think our town deserves a lot of credit for taking in those unfortunate refugees in 1936. We did our duty, as we should. But this Ramonet is truly brazen. Children are more likely to laugh at him and be scared. I suppose that's a good thing. But he wanders around with his rags, always with a beady eye on the good people of Neric, hurtling abuse at passerbyers, poking his nose where he's not wanted. Doesn't do our town's reputation any favors. Besides, things never end up well for single men without a wife to police them. Okay. The scum of Nerek and in other times it could have been sent to the Cayenne Penal Colony. Cayenne? Is that what I said? I don't know if that's what it said. Why did they end up like that? Do we blame their parents? Anyway, I'm curious to meet their mothers. Who are we talking about? I don't know who these people are. A mother-in-law is always challenged for a wife. Nothing was good enough for her dear Henry. And in the eyes of a mother, a daughter-in-law always steals her son. But I was patient. I showed my commitment to the family, to the duties as a daughter-in-law, and to the town. I don't know who these people are. Like, they got like a fire in the background. Like, I don't know. Okay. Some gravestones. Looks like that's about as far as we can go. Okay. All right, let's look at the thing. We've got 2 of the 3 questions. Why does Andre bury himself with his work, and why did Henry leave? Have those. Finance. I mean, let's go ask some more questions. Hi, child. Hi, never seen you before. Here to visit the family here? Sort of. I came with a friend, Catherine. She's come to see relatives. She's not seen for a very long time. I came to see my nan, my mom and dad. I'm Joanne. I'm Eugene. Nice to meet. But here I like to use my other name, Michelle. Other kids don't really know how to spell Joanne, so they say it's weird. How many names do you have? Oh, it's just I've got an English one and a French one. It's because my dad is English. My mom is from here. Okay. Oh wow, that's very cool. My parents were Italian. I wasn't as lucky as you. I only had one first name, and mine's a bit old-fashioned, don't you think? I like it. So you come from Italy. We live in England, but it rains all the time. So I really like it when we come here to see my nan, because it's sunny here. I've got all the other kids at the park. My friend at La Cigale. La Cigale is amazing. Why don't you don't know the chocolate shop? Oh, you've got to take your friend Catherine there. They've got the best chocolates in the whole wide world. I don't know if I'm going to have enough time to drop by, but thanks for the tip. No problem. If you go, just tell her that I told you all about it. Who? Michelle or... Excuse me, young man. Yes? Do you have a moment? You look young and strong. Have you just moved to the area? Let me see. Yes and no. Come again. I was just answering your 3 questions. Most amusing. Just charming. Oh, you young people. No, so you see, I'm in charge of the charity gala, and we already could do with a few more helping hands. Big, strong hands, so you see. Just pass her through. I'm staying with the Fintheners, and I... Oh, how silly of me. You should have said so. I'm close to Mrs. Finthener. You see, very close. We're all patrons of the Nerek Charitable Society. Oh, that's fascinating. Unfortunately, I'm just passing through, and I'm afraid I won't be able to help. Thank you so much for thinking of me, dear lady. What a shame. Indeed. Yeah, get out of my face, lady. I gotta help. What do you do? Help you move a chair? You new around here? Yes, I'm just exploring your charming town and your equally charming church. Of course. You had the chance to see our magnificent organ. He wants to check out his magnificent organ. I don't know. I was just... Of course. And our Blessed Mother? How did you find our good mother? Your mother? I'm afraid I haven't had the pleasure. At least I don't think so. No, the good mother. The Bonne Mère. It's a statue of the Virgin Mary. That's what they call her down in Marcel. We've called her that here too ever since the singer Alibert came to town. Well, that's going back a ways. It was before the war. You young people, you don't really know about all that stuff. It's old people stuff. You know what? I think I've heard of him. Was that him? Huh? You're a rarity, young person who knows the classics. Looks like the youth of today aren't a complete loss after all. Oh, thank you. Your Bonne Mère is in order. That's another one of those louts over at Cafe. Arcadia will never get nothing but all the modern rubbish blasting out of the machine for ages now. Alright, when they're talking about that machine, where there's a mystery piece of music. Okay, I can talk. This guy is a talkable character. We can ask about a lot of things here. I've always got time for the young. So, tell me, are you here for a confession or just a casual chat? I'm fine with both. Anyway, just between you and me, I struggle to see the difference anymore. Alright, let's talk about it. Let's go. Let's go, dude. Let's talk about everything. Ah, good parishioner, devoted son, a leader of men. He reminded me of his father in many ways. When he came back from the camps like everyone else, I was surprised to see him so changed. He was very quiet for the first... Is this like Seymour Skinner? Where he's like a fake? Maybe he's a fake person. He's very quiet for the first few months. He must have needed time to regain his health and settle his nerves after so many years in difficult conditions. Or maybe he felt guilty. Then after a while, when he felt strong enough, he returned to his position managing the family brewery, a position which had been kept open for him, where everyone had been waiting for him ever since his father disappeared. What a shame to have left like that. I'm sure if I could have just speak to him, I'd make him listen, make him come back to Neric and get the brewery back on his feet. I'll even go to Bordeaux if I have to. Don't you think it's up to Victor to decide whether to come back? Oh, I never said otherwise, my son. If I wanted to put it like a Jesuit, I'd say that I just want to remind him that what he really wants to come back to, and nothing more. I still remember that naughty little face. A real little devil who never sat still. Never sat still, really? Don't seem terribly surprised from what I see. She's a little rascal. I can still see that angelic little face hiding all that mischief. I must say I never could bring myself to tell her off, even when she was jumping up and down in the pews in the middle of church service. I'm proud I was the one to baptize this messenger of God, and other times she might have taken the veil. She never cares for her own personal comfort. She always makes time for others, and God forgive the expression, everyone says she's a saint. It's no exaggeration to say that the brewery couldn't last long without her. She visits the sick, organizes donations, activities for the children. So when she talks to the guys at the brewery, they actually listen to her. The workers stay out of loyalty and respect Jean's memory, but I suspect it's also because Simone gives them something they can't get elsewhere. If the brewery were to close, yes, we'd lose jobs, but the town would lose a whole lot more than that. As long as Simone is there. Praise be to God. Alright, let's ask about Marie, a woman of surprising strength and moral integrity. An excellent woman whose wedding I had the pleasure of officiating, and a good mother whose children I baptized. An active member of the parish, she stepped right into her role as mother-in-law. I feel like you're sharing more personal information than you should. What more is there to say? She was strong and fragile, and often came to confession to ease her mind and reaffirm her faith. She came to confession, of course, like any good Christian who doesn't want things weighing on their soul. But don't hope to gain anything by that. Truth spoken during confession must remain secret, my child. Oh, come on. Come on. I'll be your friend. Simone helped organize a clothes donation so we could clothe the most vulnerable in our community. Some worker families are in very precarious situations. I live in Bass Narek, where the houses are generally very badly insulated. Okay. I try to be worthy of my priesthood, of my holy vow to serve my neighbor. I just want to do my best and do it for as long as possible, providing up there will allow it. There's so much to do here in my small parish. I'm currently trying to put together a choir worth listening to. It'll bring a bit of life back to the church and our masses, and hopefully we'll bring back some of the faithful. We still need a baritone and a tenor. Hey, try singing me La, just to see. You're probably a tenor. What are you doing this Sunday? Well, Sunday, you say? Such a shame. I'll be gone by then. The Bethner family boasts 2 sons, each with their own way of honoring the family name. Andre had many good qualities, but he was overshadowed by his big brother's charisma. He probably lacked a bit of confidence. A little optimism, too, but shutting himself up in his office all day and working through the night doesn't exactly help. He should come and visit more often. Maybe he'd find a little light and comfort there. He needs it, and so do the workers in the brewery these tough times. Okay. Not a bad sort. People are too quick to judge him. Never seen him beg, and certainly not in front of the church gate. When we arrived at the end of the 30s, along with a gaggle of Spanish refugees, I was delighted to help them any way I could. Whoops. But I quickly realized that he never came too close to the church because he's a Republican. Which I'm guessing means something else here in France. And since their bloody civil war, most of the ones have been coming over from Spain have been anarchists. Yeah, that's definitely different. Quite a few of them have their "No Gods, No Masters" motto tattooed on them, and if it's not that, it's Moscow propaganda. Hey Daft, how's it going? When we got wind of me traveling to the STO in Germany as a chaplain, he gave me the honorary title of Father Comrade. Clearly, hanging around with the workers has given me a certain prestige. Anyway, he's mainly the inoffensive kind of anarchist, and he's become a bit of a local legend over the years of this guy. I was in Germany when those 2 scum committed the unthinkable, betrayed their country and their fellow citizens. Who are we talking about? On the other hand, I returned to my duties in Narek when Herek's execution came round. It was my duty to be present to offer confession and forgiveness for their sins. But he wasn't interested, laughed in my face. What nihilism, what disdain for life, or death even. How could he come to those extremes? He was so young. He started working for the Gestapo at 16. 16! Who knows what he could have been if he'd chosen differently. I must admit, I was shaken by the coldness and lack of humility. Humanity. Not humility, humanity. It made my blood run cold. I felt powerless, unable to do anything. My faith was nothing before this devil. Okay. A Catholic, I guess he was a woman. A Catholic who married into a large Protestant family. It's not uncommon among former Protestants where the Reformed Church is still very much alive, particularly in immigrant families. I don't mind being old, but there are limits. I wasn't even ordained yet when Elizabeth married Jean. Wasn't even in Narek at that point. I was born and bred in Albi. Should I note that? I couldn't possibly tell you about the time I didn't even live, though. When I arrived in Narek, I had the pleasure of seeing Elizabeth at Mass every Sunday while her husband went to the Protestant church nearby. And my goodness, this whole little world seemed to be getting along quite swimmingly. Okay. Okay. Thanks for the info, dude. Do we have all of the things now? I think we might. Yeah. Why did Henry make himself very discreet after returning from the camps? I think we might know this. But I don't quite know. I don't quite know the like the full reasoning. Yeah, we have a document here about with that. Why do we have this bottle of wine? Not that. It's this. It's not them. I don't know. I definitely feel like it has something to do with that. I feel like he has something to do with it. No. He seems to have something to do with it. What about them? Oh. Sure. I guess we got more fish to fry. Why does Andre bury himself at work? I mean, he worries, I would say he worries about the brewery, but I'm not sure if that's like... No. We might need some more. I don't think we need more keys. I think we have all the keys. Because I don't think any more would fit here. Because they'd be covered up. But, I mean, we could maybe have more keys. But I feel like we have them all, so... Why does he bury himself at work? Talk to him. Where else can we go? Go this way. I mean, we need to talk to everybody we can. Oh, whoops. Ivan Riley. You're reading this, you're in a dream. Wake up. Okay. That's beloved mother and grandmother, she would never give you up, never let you down, never run around and desert you. Okay. Here we go. Yeah. Carol G. Wearing mismatched socks is cool and should be a new fashion trend. I don't disagree with that. Ugh. Okay. Where are we at now? You're on behalf of the manager? No. But aren't you the one who's bringing the cash? No, sorry, I can't say I am. Can you go tell them I can't wait much longer? I haven't finished my round yet, and my boss told me that this time he wants me to be paid in cash or else. Well, I'll take the goods back with me. My boss isn't willing to extend any more credit. He's already been waiting for the last payment for over 3 months. I see. Sorry I can't help you. You know, being a penny pincher doesn't make my life easy, you know. Been delivering here for 10 years now. Boss's orders. Wasn't like this before. Okay. Whatever, dude. Okay, we can go one of two. Is this a train? No, this isn't a train. Where the hell are we? Oh, we're back at the house? Okay. Mr. Andre asked me to see to your every need. I got everything I need, thank you. I'm just exploring. I hope you don't cause any trouble. Not at all. Please go ahead and create a little mess if you choose. It's good excuse for me to get out the feather duster and air out the rooms a little. Glad to help, I guess. My name is Eugene, and you? Baptistine. What a charming name. Sounds like a name right out of a Pagnol novel. Oh, sir, it is too kind. I would like to inform sir that I am married. Not at all. I always thought my own name was a bit old-fashioned. So to meet a Baptistine, you know, it feels like I'm in the right place and time. Baptistine was the name of the first largest to enter the family service back in the time of Napoleon III. Did my husband, Claudemir, have the opportunity to explain to you? Yes, he did. Ah, so dear Claudemir is your husband. That explains it. Yes, he filled me in on the local customs. You know, back then, we never questioned our orders, and Mr. Jean was always very kind to us. Mr. Jean? Yes. Mr. Fenthornier Sr., Mr. Henry and Mr. Andre's father, a pair of new shoes every year and a gift at Christmas. That way of life back in those days, it really was something. These days, there's almost no one but me and my husband to keep the house running. But we're so attached to the family, to this place. So you don't have a little place of your own somewhere? Family you can spend twilight years with? What a preposterous idea. Our life is here. Just because we don't get paid anymore doesn't mean we're going to let this slide into disarray. Not paid anymore? No, yes, well, that's not the point. For some time now, Mr. Andre, it seems, has been forgetting to give us our pay. Just a simple oversight. As a wise woman I know well would say, you're no gold digger. What? You haven't been getting paid? That's jank. Dude. Pay. Oh, this is the way. That's the way into the brewery area, I believe. Which we've been before. Yep. Okay. Alright. Okay. Ah. Okay. And then we're here. We can go in the cafe. Ooh, there's a market. We might be able to talk to some people, I guess. Yeah, we can. Are my artichokes beautiful, and how are my plums? I don't see any plums there. I didn't know you could grow artichokes here. Isn't that because you're not from here? Because here, we're in a land blessed by the gods. Everything grows here. You gotta really screw things up to get a bad yield. You got sun and water. Blessed by the gods, I tell you. I can see that. I do not see any plums. It certainly looks very green. I'm from Bordeaux, and I've gotta say, you don't need to worry about the competition. Oh, you're a city boy. Sorry, don't have time to teach you how life works. Haven't you ever wondered where those really plump red tomatoes come from? No, I just meant... I got a new topic of Neric, even though I was in Neric. I had to talk to this guy to get the topic of Neric. Seriously. That's kind of jank. But you know that practically all the ingredients from everything you tuck into Bordeaux comes from here? Come on. But why is there an ambulance? The van there? Oh, it's just a little arrangement I have with local authorities. Ever heard of how babies come from the cabbage patch? So together with the guys from the maternity unit, I decided it would just be easier. I could also use the ambulance to deliver my little cabbages. Each to his own. Less paperwork that way too. Who likes yellow tape anyway? I see. The mayor's okay with this? You making sure there's less red tape? Yes, just a little arrangement that stays between me and him. But don't worry, it's all above board. In fact, I'd like to introduce you. No time like the present. Gabriel Thermone at your service. Gabriel Thermone, you say? Yes, kid. When I last shook hands with someone, I'm pretty sure that's what I said anyway. You must know Bernard Payrot? Bernard, let me see. No, it doesn't ring a bell, should it? You bet. Really should. He at the University of Bordeaux told me about you anyway. But he owed you a favor. Related to rugby, perhaps? We had been known to head into the team. We had been known to head in with the team to show our love to the Strad. Yeah. But if I had to go through the faces of every person I've ever had a disagreement with, well, we'd be here for a while. And that ain't even counting the third halves. I've lost so many brain cells during that as I ever did in a pinch on the pitch, but we knew how to live it up in the old days, and it was rough, believe you me. No, that's not it. During the war, you said you were a good guy. He said that? He said that. He told me everything. That he hid out with you during the war, just far enough from Bordeaux that the Germans forgot all about him. Oh, that Bernard Payrot. Yeah, Payrow. I think it's Payrow. Yeah, that's it. Bernard Payrow. Should have said earlier. Of course I knew him. That's going back. How's he doing? Haven't seen him in forever. He's well. He's good. Oh, Bernard. Tell me. Were you the one who, at the time, hit Henry to Bordeaux? No? It's so loud, kid. What are you playing at? Stirring the pot, are we? You weren't even born at the time, so what's it to you? What's it to me? Probably more than you'd think. Well, Whisper, if you'll just answer my questions. Yeah. Sure. You don't want any apples instead? Don't have any apples. Oh, we got a new person to talk to. Okay, he's actually an important person. Is this to chat about something mayor related? Not really, no. I'd like to point out that I'm not one of your constituents. Yes, I had noticed. I'm willing to make a little exception just for you. On the one hand, he's a local rich kid, so I'm hardly going to feel sorry for him, am I? On the other hand, the Vintners, the brewery, and everything, well, they've always treated the workers right. Without them, it'd be a whole load of jobs right down the drain. When it comes to politics, well, plenty to complain about there. Tell me more about that. Before the war, Henry was a royalist, with good family and everything that went with it. Action, Francis, monarchism, down with the Republic and all that. Don't think my shit don't stink or anything. I'm a son of working class, and you know, around here, we're more into hard-headed secularism and old Protestant strong. I leave a mark. And what you end up with is locals like me, a rad sock front pop supporter. Yes, I see. rat socks, sure. Common basic knowledge here. Everyone knows that. So that's it. Big sweeping statements. Look good in public. That's all just noise. Bluster, that stuff that you stuff into your pockets after a couple of drinks. So nothing all that important. I don't know about that. I heated up quite a bit around here in the 30s. And all the little villages, at least those big enough for politicos, get in each other's faces. And well, the royalists and the commies were always at each other's throats. Henry had hung around a bit in those royalist circles back in the day, but from a distance it looked more like a group of people nostalgic for the good old days. Never really got off the ground. Okay. After the war, things got pretty quiet around here politically. There was a bit of a scrap with the communists, but otherwise we rubbed along just like any other small town. If there were any squabbles, you'd find those over at the football ground. He even came to see me, when he wanted to organize his departure. He wanted new papers in the name of Victor Dozvan, and I had a contact in Bordeaux. And it was Bernard. You've already met him, right? He must have mentioned it before. You know why he came to you? Ha! I suppose it's more a question of what he did during the war that mattered, rather than what he did before or after. Bernard's network, he'd smuggled so many fugitives, it's bound to earn you a reputation for that sort of work. Okay? I mean, I don't want to talk about it. It's always a pleasure to see a local coming back to their roots. Some around here eventually leave to find work elsewhere, and they never come back. Only, I just hope she doesn't get it in her head to go and stir around some trouble here. Why'd she do that? Oh, not that she'd do it on purpose, but I have no idea how much unpleasantness can lurk beneath the surface in a small town like this. When the Harris is one of the local small business barons, just appears out of nowhere, it's hardly surprising everyone's talking now. Okay? What a woman. I can tell you, listening to the guys from the brewery and the bar, it's like I don't know. Anyway, one of them once told me, Miss Simone, she's one of yours. She'll look you right in the eye. I think that's it. She's a Finthener, but you get the sense that she's willing to get her hands dirty. She knows what she's talking about when it comes to mechanics, and the guys like that. Just look at the work she's doing with the workers' families. I think she's going to outshine even all of us resistance veterans. You know, services render, grateful country and all that. Just one fly in the ointment, though. I should have seen that coming. Oh no, don't get me too worked about it. You'll be disappointed. It's just that I wish she'd use those skills of hers to deal with the other idiots on the town council. If only she'd involve herself a bit in Eric's little political scene. You gotta admit, the Finthner would look great standing there with the police. And all I'd have to do would be to goose her and get her coming after me again. Because there won't be many people left to take over if you sack all the little prefecture profiteers. Okay, Marie. Oh well, I can't really tell you anything. Gossip and hearsay from the local hairdresser isn't my cup of tea. Tell you one thing about her, though. She might not have been born here, but she's a proper Neric local. Okay, I think that's important. While it's true that the Finthers, you live well, keep up appearance, rub shoulders with the others, well-to-do. She still didn't have an easy life, married just before the war and having to raise little Simone without Henry while he was a German prisoner. Yep, I can see gossiping really isn't your cup of tea. Oh well, family story, skeletons in the closet, dirty laundry, all that stays in the family. Yet you still make it sound like you're somehow part of these stories. I suppose you have to keep up with your own constituents though, right? Everyone has their own inner world, but some of my constituents, as you call them, you called me that. just can't help poking their nose in other people's business. If I get hold of the little stitch that went and tattled that I helped her husband play truant, she might not look like that, but that little woman was constantly on my back for a good 2 months. All propriety and manners straight out the window. Scandals at the market, crisis at the town hall, general chaos, all her. Just so she could get me to drop the smallest crumb. Well, where Henry went, of course. I ain't never blabbed before. Ain't gonna start at my age, now am I? And it went on far too long. Not good for the town, anyway. Went up to the prefecture. Didn't go on like that. In the end, the sub-perfect Belgian went on over to Andre to see if he couldn't calm things down. After all, he was head of the Bildner clan, and now his father Jean was dead. He was dead, and the only one who with any sort of authority over Marie. How did this story end? Huh? I don't really know. I don't really know how to explain it. She'd been pretty nasty with me up then. But man, he is a talker. Oh my god, he is a talker. She'd been pretty nasty with me up to then, but what do you know? Next day she turns up the town hall of sweetness and light, like night and day, kid. What could Andre have said to her? All I know is that everything in the town hall was back to normal. Nice and friendly. The rest, kid, ain't none of my beeswax. Things aren't easy at the brewery right now. It's going through a rough patch. There isn't a single council meeting where the subject doesn't come up. It's an issue that affects jobs here, so of course everyone has a big concern. But if the brewery closes, well, my town will get over it. It's gone through a lot. Henry the Fourth, the Huguenots, Darlin, all the highs, all the lows. What was it? Henry the Fourth born in Pau? You're trying to start a fight? You know, I never said our good old Henrik was born in Henrik, but his enterprising spirit is very much something he developed here. The stubborn Bernese and Garcon spirit was strong in him. Man, I wish this had voice. I just wish this had voice acting. I really do. Well, looks like we got lucky with our priest. I was over all the righteousness and preaching a long time ago. My father Hubert doesn't just sit around, just the opposite actually. He's one of the pre-war working class priests, the kind you see coming out to little parishes like ours to bring them back into the fold, as they say. So he gets on well with everyone, and he'll rarely say no to a good glass of red. Whether he calls you comrade or my son doesn't really seem to make a difference. Anyway, he knows a thing or two about a good red. What's that supposed to mean? Red communist sympathies, you mean? No. Just making conversation, and now here I am gossiping like an old rumor monger. My father Hubert likes company. That's quite the appetite. He likes to enjoy himself, you mean? That's it. I'm not giving away any secrets here, but people say his cellar is one of the best stocked in town. We're not talking about your cheap table wine here. Oh my god, he is a talker. He says he doesn't do... Man, gotta admit, he is brave to stand up against the occupiers. His hearers didn't know where to look. Father started saying certain things to the sermons. The bishop knew what side his bread was during the war. Made friendly with the princes, you see, so I reckon that's why he offered our father the chaplaincy at the STO. Doesn't take a genius to guess that the commander actually encouraged the suggestion. My God, we're gonna have to talk to him about all this stuff. He's talked pages and pages on everybody. I guess you could say we go a long way back, for better or worse. Almost sounds like a wrestling match poster. Only ends up being a rad. Yeah. My God, look at all these. Look at this. The whole world's topsy-turvy. I mean, I know they're using like a combination of English and French, and it's like really, really like getting to me. Once upon a time, I was good friends with Andre. No more than that, comrades in arms in this secret army, and it went the world to us. We all had our own little beliefs, camped out for the common good, a shared pack. Yeah, that's what he's doing. At least just long enough to kick those jerseys right up their arses. He doesn't want to go with my right hand, you know. He's the liaison between the... See? McQueen. In the area. I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means. It's a resistance group. Okay, it's a resistance group in World War II. Or a type of vegetation. He was intelligent, not bad for a leader in training. You certainly wouldn't know it to look at him. And yet, he was always eager to jump in the firing line, maybe a little bit too eager. And then at the liberation, we all hoped the politicking would hold off for a while. But instead, everyone decided it was the perfect time to trot their political opinions back into the open. Our dream of a united France fell by the wayside. Shame, I feel a bit guilty, really. Why? You don't have anything to feel guilty about. Right from the very first elections, Andre was supposed to run against me, and given what me and Andre went through during the war, we'd been no better way to set an example than with two guys with totally different views, setting those aside for the common good, together for a city, for Neric. What a bloody waste. Oh. He's so chatty. Although I admit he opened up 4 topics for us. That worries me. Not a bad chap, really, but he's not the most discreet of all people who arrived from Spain in '39. Always wondered if he wasn't a bit, what is that? What is that word? That is not an English word. That means naive, apparently. I think. Naive. I even question the word. Potty, nuts, got a stroke. Never heard that word before in Bordeaux. I like how they're using English, except when it's inconvenient to use English, and then they don't use it anymore. Not really. This shamelessness that bothers me. He could afford to pick up a broom and sweep his shack occasionally. He's not rich, but poverty isn't the problem here, in my opinion. My mother often said, cleanliness embellishes opulence and disguises poverty. He likes telling other people off, but maybe he should look at his own house first. Sounds like we could have had the same mother. I'm inconvenient. Look at me, little kid from Neric, working class parents. Never got me a school leaver certificate. And there's Ramone. Ramone? supposed to have studied and all that before the war. What's more, he's got plenty more where that came from, always ready to put on his fancy act whenever it takes his fancy. You haven't heard it yet. The tirade, the theatrical instance, the whole performance. No, I have. He seems like he had a head for learning, but saying that the bloody civil war in Spain must have messed him up a bit. Man, he is a talker. Oh my god. Anyway, here's me without the certificate, slaving away the whole bloody day. Then suddenly I'm mayor of Neerick. Not that I go on about it, but I worked hard for this. Yeah, you go on about it so much. And Mama Trayman must be at least a little proud to see her son's success. I pipped Andre to the post on this one. He's not a bad sort, a hard worker, but he's always had a way with things. Completely unlike the other Spaniard nutter messing around, tinkering here and there, doing goodness knows what. Oh, those two are right blot on our lovely town. A right blot on our lovely town. One that'll never really wash out. They're both different types of bad apple. Boulay was the lowest kind of coward, the kind of traitor you see pop up everywhere in times of war. Eric was different, uglier, unrepentant. You know, what he said to the superintendent when he was executed at Polygon. What? Is a direct quote. My respects, Mr. Superintendent. The day I arrested you, he said to me, the loser always pays. That's it. I bet on the wrong horse. I lost. I'm going to pay. No remorse, nothing. I'd be curious to know what Father Hubert said to irredeemables like him. I'm gonna snooze the ad. Hang on. So I'm gonna go on a break soon, but I'm gonna finish the dialogue. It was a woman. No, it was the woman. I can't quite get the difference. No, what I mean is that when I was young, she was the grand lady of Neerick, the mayor's wife, always impeccable. Yeah, it probably did. Elegant, and look, it's not even moving. Elegant and kind. Served the town just like her husband. Oh, that was quick. What the heck? Ah, my town is just so beautiful. Proud hometown of Noste Henrik. Henrik is how they say Henry. In Gascon. You didn't see the plaque on his statue? Good old Henrik couldn't have hidden his southwestern heritage if he tried. He rolled his R's hard, enough to shake his head loose. Fell in love with this place. At one point, he even saw it as the heart of the kingdom. Then he learned the French throne was up for grabs, and completely forgot us as soon as he got to the capital. Gabriel, that's you. Nothing special. Parents were market gardeners. I took over the shop when the old man's back couldn't take it anymore. So there I am. The only thing that's changed is that my old man used to come to the market in the cart. But you come in a van? Progress waits for no one. Oh, I see where you're going with this, kid. Let me tell you, there's more than a few around here who don't understand the difference between the hours I keep at the town hall and the hours I work to keep a roof over my head. I can't see Spawn sitting in the wood-paneled rooms in this Bordeaux City Hall listening to the complaints of a local housewife. So given the time I spend listening to old whoever that is, Rabelais, complaining about his neighbor's tree, and Miss Clackmove, who swears she sees her daughter's wife stealing eggs every few days. I think I've earned a few perks. Why don't you just I'm not going to speak badly of him being mayor in wartime. There's no picnic. Yes, maybe he could have been more vocal about fish-cheese collaboration policy. Some people around here think he was a bit too flexible. Well, they mainly said that because Petton came here. Around here, we have our own local hero, Darling. The Admiral was appointed head of the Navy in 40. See, we even got ourselves ahead of the Navy here. Good for you. Eric, you see any sea around here? Because I don't. What are you thinking? But anyway, I can see that old Bentner. I did what he could. What he could for Nearic residents, I mean. He even gave his life for that in the end. And that, my boy, is where the dead earn my respect. There's no laughing matter. Oh, we got a new topic! Man, we've gotten 5 topics from this guy. I'm not going to speak badly of him being mayor in the war. He says that every time. Yes, maybe he could. Oh wait, we already had this one. Because we got a new topic. It said the thing was hadn't been exhausted. So nothing strange about that. Anyway, if you're the one who helped them leave, that takes some skill, right? Or did you just do it whenever you fancy it? Or do you just do whenever the fancy takes you? Oh, big words. Let's not make this into a circus. I was barely involved if you stop to think about it. Henry called me in the night of the flood, the night of the Miss France pageant. I'd rather remember it this way. He asked me if I could help find a place for him and Catherine. Thought of Bordeaux, a big city where you can keep a low profile. Bernard was there. I knew he could count on him. So I just put him in touch. Barely did anything. And Bernard said yes, just like that. Didn't ask any questions. Oh, well, of course Bernard had questions, but I told him I could count on him. He owed me one after hiding him and Nearic during the war. That makes two then. Henry owes you one too. Henry and I got on well since he got back from Germany, better than his brother. He was one of my constituents, someone who needed help as mayor. It's my duty to help. Like I said, there's nothing. Okay, last one, Jean's death. What a mess. What a sorry mess. Yet another raid by the Jerrys. Usually we come out of it okay. We get used to dealing with them. We played it safe and the secret army. We finished the plan. Hold fast, prepare, keep a low profile, and have a stash of weapons hidden ready for the big day. But then, of course, you had the excitable FPPs. France, Parisians, commies, playing Mummy's little lapdog as long as the father Stalin told him to sit, and then the other mustachioed monomaniac in Berlin invaded them in 41. Their balls suddenly grew back. I don't know if it was to try to make up for it somehow, but they weren't relatable. Acted silly, never followed the instructions from London, and constantly tried to go solo. Andre joined them, and the whole lot wanted to do in more crowds. What a load of rubbish. All that resulted in was reprisal after reprisal on the locals after each of the little ops. I've heard the commander took 3 French for every fallen German, is that right? 3 in the beginning, yes. In the end, they saw the winds changing, and things got tough, and some days we went up to 10 for every crowd. Anyway, one evening must have been towards the end of 44, Andre was getting on my nerves, lost my temper, and told him I thought it was all a waste, and he and his boys should have paid a high price for nothing. And if those local FPPs had stayed quiet and waited for the D-Day, just like us, then Eric would still have been liberated all the same, and those hostages would probably still be alive. I feel like maybe I shouldn't have said that. Why? It's more or less how things really stood when then, wasn't it? Yes, but truth lies, kid. It doesn't really matter, and mattered in that kind of true. The thing is, I told him right to his face that his father would probably still be alive if it hadn't been for all that. Andre, you stood right up, gave me one of those looks. Anyway, we haven't spoken since. That's why I blame myself a bit. You can tell his father something that's always on the back of his mind. Alright, I'm gonna take a break right now. Break time! I'll be right back. How do I make this? How do I? Oh, there we go. All right, yeah, I'll be right back.
We interrupt this program to annoy you and make things generally irritating.
Space!
Punch Lenny in the back of the head.
Oh yeah! More of this.
You're my father?
I want my mummy.
We shall say "Nick" again to you if you do not appease us. We are now the knights who say "Icky, icky, 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 patang, zoom, boing, me."
You tried your best, and you failed miserably. The lesson is, never try.
Back. I'm back. I'm back. Sorry I was gone so long. So we got, it looks like lettuce, potatoes, and carrots to me. Man, I hit the wrong button. I need to change that. I like this new overlay a lot better. Okay, we exhausted all the topics, I think. Oh no, we haven't. We got a new one. We got French resistance. Okay, well, I guess we have one more topic that I didn't do. We didn't do too badly at the start of the war, being in the free zone. Then by the end of the 42, everyone was back under the same law. But it was mainly in 1943 that the young ones joined the Marquis en masse when the puppets collaborated with Fritz for the compulsory work grabs. One prisoner freed for every 3 workers sent to Germany, they claimed. And somehow they thought it would all work out. Where were you in all this? Oh well, I was Roger Bonadero who got me involved with the network. He needed someone to wrangle all these young people. We formed a Nira group. Roger was caught by the Jerry's at the end of 43. I had no choice. I had to step up. And our work paid off in summer 44. We liberated ourselves. So yes, because of us, the Yanks really had to scrape the bottom of the barrel to rustle up any Jerry's once they got here. There was plenty of action around the Royan, and the landings in Normandy certainly sped things up. But we didn't think our Fritzy friends would scarper so quickly. Not going to shred a tear over them, though. Should have stayed home, shouldn't they? Really would have just been better if they stayed at home, though, wouldn't it? Okay, that's it. I don't understand what's going on in this game. I'll just be perfectly honest. I do not understand what is going on in this game at all. I have not understood this game basically the entire time. I feel like we have a contradiction between things not going well and this sheet. So, this was in 54. This was in 54. I just realized. No? Okay. No? Okay. I thought maybe these would work, but they don't seem to, so. Dang. Look at all the talking. Alright, well, this whole game is really rough. It really is. This game is rough, like sandpaper. Rough like sandpaper. We can go this way, or it's this way. Two children. We can talk to them. Come on, you gotta be able to touch the door too. I've been standing here for 20 minutes, but I just can't. I heard that if he catches you, he'll keep you in a cage in the river like a lobster. Yeah, well, he decides to cook you. Nah, no way that's true. I probably managed to get inside, and he told me the Ramune didn't throw a stone at him or nothing. Even said the Ramune said, "Hell, young man." Oh yeah, so why you been standing there all this time? I'm not stupid. I don't just believe everything my bro tells me. Good point. He's not. Hey there, it's this dude. He's a talky guy too. This place looks interesting. I feel like he's probably got a lot of information. Can I be of service? I don't normally comment on my fellow countrymen, but I like you straight away. So, do you want to chat for a bit? All right, let's go. Let's go, dude. We got a lot of things to chat about. The Vintner boy? The Vintners, the family saga that gripped the town for over a century. They try not to bear grudges against rich people, so show a little compassion. Most of the time it's the predicament they were born into. An inconvenience which can happen to anyone. They even say it can just come over you, no warning at all. What, being rich? Is that what you're saying? Being rich can just come over you all of a sudden? He was a model rich person. Starts shirt for university, iron uniform to go to his army training classes. Our beloved near a cadet's heir. I barely knew him before the war. I arrived in 1939 after a few problems in my native Spain. He seemed quite different when he got back. Physically, yes, but everyone was saying that at the time. But mainly it was his attitude. He'd been an armchair royalist before, but now he was practically the stereotypical Bolshevik with a knife between his teeth. It was shocking. Must have been his time in Germany. Catherine's birth was unusually quiet affair, particularly since the town was used to bigger celebrations. Even in 1940, when times weren't the best, Jean threw a ball for the whole town in Garing Park to celebrate Simone's birth. But nothing for Catherine. New York locals weren't that fussed. In 1945, it was all about survival, getting the country back on its feet, getting people jobs, and a roof over their heads. Little Catherine was like a ghost. I think she must have already been 3 years old when I saw her for the first time. She was quite big and advanced for her age. Strange. The family had claimed that her fragile health required special care and lots of rest. That is weird. A girl who's a credit to her family. She never speaks out of turn, always considerate. She even sometimes came to my defense when the kids in Newark felt the urge, which didn't come out of nowhere, to call me a black shirt. Black shirt? Let's just say that some of them didn't take too kindly to the influx of Spanish refugees like me. Some Newark locals, not the brightest bunch, quickly tried to tar everyone with the same brush. The wickedness of men. We Republicans left Spain through the priorness and the rucksack and children in our arms. So the prior, I didn't read that correctly. So being treated like a black shirt, like a fascist, but those kids were only repeating what they heard at home. Like, just they repeat their multiplication tables in school. It's not the children's fault. So where's Simone in all this? She collared the youngsters, but gently. She then gave them a little lesson on the war, fascists, and our exiled Spanish cousins who needed help. It's like they were bewitched. They listened and focused on her, like she was standing there offering a load of sweets. Clever. I wonder where she'd learn how to do that, how to educate without making it sound like some kind of lesson. Marie. It's an open secret that Marie isn't completely faithful during her husband's absence. Wasn't completely faithful. So think about it. The Finthners, despite all their means, find themselves having to hide a bun in the oven. Lots of rumors circulated about their father's identity. But don't expect to go spilling their private meat. Don't expect me to go spilling their private business. I jump at the chance to argue about the rich's prudishness. Here we're taking an innocent child who never did anyone any wrong, and I'm not going to blame that poor kid for the parents' actions. Okay. An inextricable mess of steel, copper, and concrete, which together are the magic potion, which is one of the town's secret sauce. I've heard business hasn't been good recently. People seem to drink less beer than they used to. Well, my poison is still wine, and I'm a faithful victim. My family had a small vineyard down in our little corner of Spain. But tell me, young man, you're from Bordeaux. You must know some people, some welcoming spots. What's it like for a guy roughing in Saint Emilion? I'm gonna go with Saint Emilion. I had a business relationship, a former associate in the rag trade who went to seek his fortune down there. Result was we fell out of touch pretty much as soon as he left. It's not a confession I got from him personally, but some in Newark say that Father Hubert wasn't always a man of the cloth. Apparently he entered the seminary late after a bad breakup. That's probably why I find him a bit more sympathetic than most priests. He's lived a bit, seen the world. When he gives an opinion, and that's not often, his words have substance, unlike the little Vatican soldiers fresh out of their godly little priest factory, who go on and on about life and they never really lived. And Father Hubert and me can always find neutral ground, like in the cafe's terrace with a glass of red. Anyway, everyone's got their weakness, and our good Father Hubert is far from the only one to have one. Weakness? Propping up the bar, knocking one back when he's whistled. Do I need to go on? No, it's fine, I get it. That bumped into him when he's been completely blotto. One day, rather one evening, he had a large one. He can be a bit of a sad drunk. He's always wants to sing a song, some nostalgic ballad. What song? When I think of all the concoctions we've had together, I'm lucky to be alive. So remembering something, I'm a good sport. I've never refused a round or two or three. Shame. It was a catchy tune, like a nostalgic sea shanty. Anyway, I came across our Holy Spirit of the Spirits in the park the next day, but he wasn't very talkative. A sea shanty? Alright, I should write that down. Sea shanty. God, I got so many notes. I have so many notes. I need to make more notes. Sea shanty. A sea shanty. A rosary won't cut it for me, though. Alright, Andre. It's like he's gradually turning into a monk, living on bread and water and never leaving his cell. It's criminal not to live a little when you're rich. Money is a simple thing. Spend it quick before it's gone. I might not be rolling in it, but I'm not stingy when it comes to advice, and that won't cost you a thing. Thanks. Andre wasn't always like that, reclusive, married to his work. I remember just after the war, the 39 to 45 one, mind you. Andre were never shy about setting off heated discussions about his opinions on provisional government. What would happen to the work of the FTP, the leftist, whatever, who won the right to sit on the council. They were almost all left high and dry by their PCF comrades who had skedaddled right off to Moscow during the war. Now the war was over, they were grabbing all the prime spots and doing everything they could to smear the good name of heroes. Top bloke used to sign off his leaflets with Prefect of the Marquis. He was one of those rare communists who got an Order of the Liberation Medal. He set up the Limousine Marquis Group, one of the major resistance groups which gave the Germans a run for their money. He and his men even took down a whole division. Andre religiously defended the party line, but it was weakened by the manipulations of the Comintern, which destroyed the Spanish Republican causes from within. Oh my God, he is talky too. Jeez, these old people can talk and talk. Hey, I'm surprised he doesn't have an onion on his belt. Henry, on the other hand, has sometimes wondered how he came by his detached view of the situation, his knowledge of the inner workings of the CP, but I never dared ask him how or why. He was the one who brought the rounds. Whew!
So I tied an onion to my belt, which was the style at the time.
Your humble servant, your high inspectorness, if I may, dispenser of wisdom of all types of any hour, storyteller and philosopher of my vocation. Out of necessity, I successfully fooled the local population of oblivion. I was the highly respected chimney sweep. And I've got to admit, I played the part so well, I nearly fooled myself.
Nichols had pictures of bumblebees on him. Give me 5 bees for a quarter, you'd say.
I'm not particularly hot-headed. I wonder if Nichols did have pictures of bumblebees on him in his day. I'm not particularly hot-headed for a Spaniard, but I tell you, if I had that Harek on the other end of a pistol, so many of my Spanish brothers fell because of him and his treachery. Oh, okay. I wouldn't have been surprised if she had some Sicilian blood in her somewhere. I imagine it took a lot to stand alongside the great Jean. When her husband died, she took up her position of head of the family and ruled with an iron fist. She must have taken some things to her grave. I've never been in her house, but the family must have some impressive archives. All the great families do, as beggars take our names and our stories to our graves. My headphones just died. I think they're out of battery.
I used to be with it. Then they changed what it was. Now what I'm with isn't it, And what's
I
it
got
seems
a
weird
plug.
and scary to me. It'll happen to you.
Okay. Anyway. My adopted hometown, a despot, a few and despite a few grumblers, I think it's fair to say the locals are quite welcoming. I've always been able to find odd jobs here and there. It was a time I tried to establish a career as a poacher, but I quickly got that idea out of my head. The local gamekeeper is a slippery one, unusually vicious. No idea where he comes from. Vicious? What am I caught on? Oh my gosh. Chords. I hate chords. Comes with the job title, I suppose. But apart from that, it's lovely most of the year. With a quiet river by sea. Bays, whatever. Through Nerik, keeping us all nice and cool in the summer. And now you're talking. Yeah, it's always been the beating heart of our little town, at least until recently. The water's not as clear as it used to be. Fortunately, it's got more and more difficult to let the kids wade there in summer. Not long ago, there was a big pier, which was used for unloading boats at one point. But the 1952 flood washed away most of the pier. The town hall was forced to demolish the rest. It was too dangerous. The kids were playing silly buggers, daring each other to jump from post to post. Okay. Dear Mayor, what a nice guy. A local chap with dirt under his fingernails when he shakes your hand. He's got his feet firmly on the ground. His position doesn't go to his head, unlike some. His predecessor, for example, wasn't that Gene? Oh no. When I said predecessor, I was talking about the elected mayor. Old Gene was appointed. The Vichy wasn't really a fan of voting, though I suppose old Gene did his best to limit the damage. No, when I said that I was thinking of the pen pusher, the turncoat, who was in the post before. I've forgotten his name, but it's certainly better this way. Okay. He was a true gentleman, rich or not. We're talking about a guy who gave work to a lot of refugees even before the war. He offered me a job at the brewery, but I've got my pride. Set hours, clocking in and out, being bossed around shifts, it weren't for me. But then, when we bumped into each other at the town, he saw the state of my poor house and offered to give me some wood to sort the roof. Back in the day, my roof had decided to take a holiday from its job. That's a roof. So anyway, old Gene was a great guy. I mean, you know, sometimes the roofs just need holidays, right? What a mess this whole leaving business was, in my opinion. What a mess this whole leaving business was, in my opinion. The big hydroelectric generator that powers the machines in the brewery isn't far from my place. The real feat of engineering for its time, but it's gradually deteriorated. A stately old lady that needs a lot of TLC. When the Great Flood came in '52, a worker went to secure the turbine blades before the waters rose, but he got a foot stuck in the mechanism, a freak accident. I heard him call for help. The water was beginning to rise and the worker was going to drown if we didn't free him quickly. I'd have helped if I knew how to swim, so I dashed off to get help and soon ran into Henry. Henry jumped straight into the water to help the poor man, but it took several tries. And Catherine, all 6 or 7 years old of her, with only 3 swimming lessons in the local pool under her belt, jumped in the water and helped her daddy. The onlookers were so caught up by everything that no one noticed her being swept away. Then what happened? Henry did what Henry always did. He came back up to the surface, saw his little girl being carried away by the current, and caught her by the arm at the last second. A second later, and she'd have ended up in the river in full flood. We all had a big scare, but the worker came out of it with a slight sprain. I helped him limp to see the dock. As I was leaving, I heard Marie raging about who, about what. Well, the next day Henry packed his bags. Interesting. That's interesting. I wasn't here when that happened. I'm not scared of fighting, but apart from helping my Spanish companions in the FTP, I'm just not cut out for it. Oh, that day, the Marquis had set up an ambush for the Germans. Bad intel got them in trouble. There were more Germans than expected. They quickly lost the benefits of surprise, and whatever would have found them in a rough, tight spot if the German reinforcements had ever arrived. Luckily, the German reinforcements never made it. They must have been sent elsewhere. Anyway, they ran out of ammunition and had to fall back. They exacted a high price. The rumors went around that each downed took 5 Germans with them. Hats off to them, actually. I suppose that would be berets off to give it a local spin. Alright, and then we got the French resistance. My years of conflict in Spain served me well there, as some of my Republican comrades had taken refuge here. Many of them were in the FTP, MOI. Oh my gosh, that's like all French. Immigrant recruits and communist groups. I helped them out sometimes. A letter here, a package there, never got caught. I wasn't exactly the epitome of the master race, at least in the eyes of the occupiers. But a scruffy local priest with Iberian roots wasn't top on their suspects list either. There's a bit more to Gabriel Tremont than just nabbing the mayorship off the local upper class. He kept himself pretty busy during the war. He more or less headed every resistance group that followed. De Gaulle's lead back in London. He never lacked physical courage, but he didn't approve of the partisan attacks, which put civilians at risk of brutal reprisals. Of course, they had some successes, which certainly helped morale, but you had to face facts. He had to think about families and children if we didn't want France to be a country of orphans after the war. Alright, that's all we got talking to you. Alright, I feel like... Didn't we have, like, stuff? Why did Henry leave with only Catherine? I mean, I feel like if we do that, it's not right. But it's close. It's close. Did he leave with only Catherine? Like, I feel like I've gotten all the... Well, I haven't gotten all the dialogue, but I feel like I've gotten enough that I should be, like, at least somewhat have a story here. Who's this? Click on it, you dingus. This road's really changed since that damn flood. What flood was that? You can tell you're not from around here. Oh, I know what flood it is. It's been nearly 20 years ago. Place over there the kids probably don't remember, but it used to be a cinema. It's some imagining. Over Narek is never the most... What? Salubrious? Salubrious? What the heck word is that? Salubrious. Has anybody used that word? I need to start saying salubrious. I need to start using the word salubrious. Things haven't really improved. This is This is a very salubrious game. Don't you agree? Isn't this game super salubrious? All right, let's talk to we have to talk to some people about things that we haven't been able to talk about to them about before. So I still don't know the answer to the question of, oh, let's talk to her about stuff. We got more stuff to talk to you about, lady. Like Narek. I was born in Dijon. She was born in Mustard. The family has been here for generations, but Henry told me much about Narek, that when I saw it at our engagement, I immediately fell in love. Its golden age might be long past, but it's got some charm so typical of little southwestern towns, don't you think? Him and my brother-in-law, Andre, have been jostling for the mayorship for years. Of course, I support Andre in his efforts, but between you and me, he's not up to being mayor. Gabriel is a man of the earth, a man of the people. Gets along well with others and has a firm handshake. Simple things, but important as far as the electorate is concerned. Alright. And you don't think Andre is capable of that? Andre is a thinker. He has the strength, but he looks inwards, ponders, and ruminates. If only he'd spend some of that free time on more fulfilling pastimes. I've spoken to him. You've spoken to him about it? Speak. It's hard to speak to him. He's not an easy man to talk to. The other day I was sorting through our family photo albums. It's always a chance to remember the good times. All the family was still together. Anyway, for once Andre stayed in the room, reading the newspaper in his armchair. I wanted to show him a few old snaps with his father and brother together. He made some excuse about visiting a political supporter and slopped off. Excuse, you say? Excuse or not, doesn't really matter. What I meant is, if he put as much effort into real things, like fixing his own family for a start, then he wouldn't have wasted 20-odd years doing everything he could to become mayor of Nearing. What he needs to do is go and see his brother in Bordeaux and make him see reason, make him come back. Oh yes, I'm sure he could. But does he even have Henry's address? His address? That's a minor detail. If he stopped picking fights with Gabriel over local politics for long enough, I'm sure they could all help us make Henry come back. Who's a leading figure here in Nearik? He was my father-in-law, the guardian of the temple, the guardian of the temple? What does that mean? In the Fenthaner tradition, after all. At first, he seemed quite intimidating, but he was keen to help me be accepted by the family. He might have thought that my mother-in-law, a so-called outsider like me, would quickly take me under her wing. Quite the contrary, she was very possessive about her Henry, her beloved son, who was in line to take on the family business. No matter how hard I tried, nothing was ever good enough. Then, with the difficulties of war, my father-in-law no longer with us, I was able to prove that I knew how to put the family first in more ways than one. Yeah. Yeah, I see what you mean, Gregory. You're Catherine's friend. You've got to understand. Can you tell me why a father would deprive Catherine of a mother's love? Why would he leave a loving home and family? Why would he break apart his marriage, his promise? Why does he think that the other prisoners who came back from the war didn't have their own troubles, their own worries? That marriage exists to provide a stable foundation to remind you that you've built a life and people depend on you. And again, I thought we got over all that. Then he left us over 5 years after he returned. If only he'd agreed to come back to us, alright? The day those barbarian crowds took him to the, whatever, commandator, I had to fight with them for hours just to visit him. A sergeant came to reception to tell me that he had agreed to let me see him. The person I saw was swollen, deformed, almost unrecognizable. I didn't dare tell my mother-in-law the truth. Better that way. I think I knew that my father-in-law was relieved it was me. There was something about his face. It felt like he was almost smiling at me. The guard wasn't that strict and left us alone. I tried to clean his injuries and have a few words. Despite the circumstances, perhaps because of the circumstances, I dared to ask him why the smile. With almost childless glee, he explained that his jailers openly discussed their orders in the current situation. They paid no attention to my father-in-law, didn't realize he actually spoke very good German. That was why he was smiling. All that time, he'd been pulling one over on the Germans, getting them to make mistakes, getting them chasing their tails. Every second he delayed them was whole lifetimes. When the Oberstleutnant came and my visit was cut short. Jean winked, though I could hardly see him because his face was so bruised. I never saw him again. The men who joined that resistance didn't have to worry about looking after the elderly and the children, and their actions against the occupiers resulted in punishments imposed on us and hostages being taken. I still can't help but think that without all their antics, our prisoners of war might have come home sooner. My Henry would still be with me, for he hadn't been kept there for so long. Okay. Alright, so we've talked to you about everything. Okay. I'm trying to figure out if we can find some links between our documents. That's really what I want to know, if we can find links between the documents. But there's so much dialogue that it's difficult. Like, it's very, 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 very difficult. To go through all of this dialogue and find links. Wait, I thought there was one on the business. Is there not one on the... Oh, yeah, it's right there. This is 19. Okay. Let's see what everyone had to say about this. Somebody said that Brewer wasn't doing very well, and I want to try and link it to this. Okay. I mean, this is not recently, to be fair. This is a while ago. So what else do we got document-wise? We got this. Don't know why. This probably has something, maybe. Did she say something about a honeymoon at some point? Oh, here's a contradiction. I found a contradiction, or a link at least. I found a link, if anything, him receiving his brewing certificate. What? Come on, game. What do you want from me? What do you want from me? This game is so frustrating. Like, it's so damn frustrating. I am so frustrated with this game. Like, there's just, it's just too much. It's legitimately too much. Okay. Let's just find one and do it. And this guy just won't shut up, you know. I don't think we actually have everything we need. We're missing something. We're missing a document. Okay, well, alright, I guess we gotta find another document. Wherever we find it. I think we need to go to like a police station or something. Don't know where that would be. Why does it keep zooming me out? Run, dude, run. We could technically go in here. Oh wait, we can go this way. This probably goes to the train station. That's where we came in. Yeah, this is the train station. I don't think we want to be here. There's nothing here. Okay. In fact, the fact that we can come here almost offends me. I don't think we have a map in this area. Oh, we can't go that way. Is there a police station? Is there a police station that we can go to? I'm not sure if there is. Maybe we missed it. Maybe there was someone in... It's just here. This is like a loop or something. What a weird loop here. Yeah, now we're here. Where does this go? Well, this is the church, isn't it? We don't want to go here. I'm not sure where I need to go. Apparently, I'm missing a document. Okay. Okay. Oh, I'm so dumb. I'm so dumb. I forgot to use the key that I got. Remember when I got that key? I forgot to use it. Oh no, I'm janking out. And I janked out. I'm able to walk on. I'm able to fly. I forgot to use the key because I'm stupid.
Jankin.
I remember the key, and then I got the key, and then I forgot to use the key. That's what I'm missing. Okay. Remember when I got that key, and I was like, yay, I got the key! And then I saw a closet door with a keyhole. Remember that? And then, like a dingus, I forgot to use the key. Right here. It's right here. Yeah, see? Boom. Boom. Stuff. We're gonna get stuff here. Given the late hours, the volume of the servants who received the orders, which this Henry responded, come on, oh come on, it's the international, it's the international, live in a free country. After they refused to cooperate, we checked their identities, he submits people for an order, and so we asked them to disperse and go home. They complied after they agreed to the bar owner. We warned the bar owner to keep an eye on these customers further, and we also have a thing that says 20576. No other singing was heard that night. Okay. Another thing. Oh, we got two things here. Dear Mom, I'm writing you this letter, which will be posted by Andre the next time he has the opportunity, and we'll have some instructions with it. I won't go into details, but I just wanted to tell you how much I love you and to assure you that it's precisely this love which has driven me to take this decision. And I knew that with this decision it would be hard for you to hear, particularly now Papa is no longer in this world. Even though I've only spent a few hours with our Russian friend, I'm convinced that this is the best decision I've ever made. And when you meet him, all I'm asking is that you give him a chance to persuade you as well. With all your love, your son. And there's no name signed to that. Okay. Well, see, that allows us to make a connection between that and... Whoops, that's not what I meant to do. How do I do this? Oh yeah, here we go. And this report, maybe this one. Henry is supposed to be a royalist, but he is seeing the international. Oh man. That would have been a difficult connection for me to make. That to me is not obvious. Is that obvious? Is that unobvious to everyone else? Anyone else? Because it wasn't obvious. It wasn't completely obvious to me. That is probably also the button. Maybe that's in the jukebox that we are not allowed to push. What do you think? What do you think? Oh jeez, my phone just went something. It was both of them too? Man. Okay, it looks like we need another document before we can do the next one. Whatever that is. Okay. This game is really rough. I'm gonna tell you that right now. This game is super rough. I've said it before and I'll say it again. Maybe the zoom is for the particulars. Maybe the zoom is saved per screen. I don't know. It feels weird that the zoom keeps resetting. I need to get... Oh wait, this isn't where I want to go. This is not where I want to go. I do want to go to where you're suggesting, the jukebox. Because apparently there is a document there now that I need. Right here. Oh, look who's there! It's the inspector. See, it's this thing. Because apparently Father Hubert caused a brawl. He also has 228. Oh, that's the case number. Just realized that. What the heck is going on here? Oh, there you are. I'm not saying I was getting worried because I know that that'll annoy you. But it was close. My fledgling is out on this first case and doesn't leave an address, doesn't phone. I can tell you that Miss Molesky isn't exactly thrilled about that. I had to ask Victor where he'd sent you. I thought he was joking at first, like he was pretending not to know. So I pressed him a little, and like magic, he suddenly remembered. Strange. I know the old man's a bit of a joker, but I can't see him joking about something like that. I forget where you were. Yes, that is odd. He's been acting strange for a while now. Anyhow, I thought you could give me the slip, huh? So I hopped straight on the train. Well, would Sir kindly tell me what's been happening? Sir is doing very well, thank you very much. Sir might even be doing too well. Care to explain? Case is closed, if you ask Catherine. She's found her mother, her sister, brewery, her town, her... Just need Fido, the dog, to top everything off. Hold your horses there. Slow down a little. We found Simone. I recognized her from when she was with Victor. So to cut a long story short, she's Simone Fintner, heiress to the Fintner Brewery. Her mother, Marie, told us that Catherine was her second daughter with a different father, except Simone let slip that Catherine isn't really Marie's daughter. Yes. Is this sort of family stuff that common? Well, it's not that it's particularly uncommon, but let's just say that your dazzling inquiring mind must have rubbed off on me. Well, that inquiring mind of mine is still missing a few details. Why did one of the town's leading figures lie and pretend to be Catherine's mother? Why did Victor leave and abandon a comfortable life here? There's definitely a family secret there, but there's something else too. Something that doesn't quite jive with the Victor I know. Oh well, little pup. Could be beginner's luck, or just put the work in. Or you've put the work in, but in any case, well done. You even got the little thing that's not quite right. I'd recruit you on the spot if I wasn't already your boss. How about a raise? Worth a try, but no. Fine. Doesn't look like you'll really need my help. I'm gonna stay here a little while though. Need to give some credibility to my official Miss Molesky approved version. Just in case you need the help of a crusty old detective, eh? Alright, we finished apparently that one. Okay, well we got, as I said, we got a thing. Apparently one of our documents. We got a new document. And he said something about this. said something about him. No, not that one. Oh no, that's not what it was this guy. Looking with this. The song in the jukebox that Father Hubert asks for when he's drunk. Yep, he does. Kind of already knew that. Try and push it again. Oh, it's him. It's one of Father Hubert's favorite songs. Alright, fine. The way I see it, look, I don't really care either way. I'm just doing what I gotta do to stay lawful, current rules and all that. Especially when it comes to my joint. So if you want to record something, go ahead. But be careful, eh? I don't want to hear it in here, so you're on your own with your machine. Thanks. And just so we understand each other, your promise that Father Hubert isn't going to cause trouble here, okay? Got it. Okay. Does that mean I can do it? What does that even mean? What do you mean? I'm confused. I think I gotta click something. Oh, go down. Keep going. Keep going. Oh, we gotta unscrew these. Unscrew the screws. Yeah. Okay, take the panel off. Got it. No, don't do that. No, stop it! What are you doing? Why is this thing called a Tesla anyway? I don't think I can click on any of these. How do I make this go? I can't click on that either. How do I plug it in? Dang it! Game, stop being a jerk. Oh, the thing's now screwed back in. I can plug it in right here, dude. Just plug it in. Do I need like a cord or something? plugin's right there. Do I not have the proper cable or something? Maybe I don't have the cable. I don't know. Look at that. Alright. It's pretty inoffensive music. I can't click on anything. I must not have what I need. Well, that's it apparently. I have to... Oh, I have to hit record and then it gives me a... That's stupid. Alright. I mean, I don't know. It feels silly. Alright, I did it, right? That's the forbidden song? Man, I was expecting something. I was expecting something worse than that. Hey! I'm pissing everybody off now. What the heck, dude? Now I think I'm gonna just play it for him, and maybe he'll punch me in the face. I don't know. Maybe he'll punch me in the face. I don't know what's gonna happen.
Punch Lenny in the back of the head.
Maybe in the back of the head. I don't know. Yeah, I think the zoom levels are set per screen. I don't think it's actually resetting the zoom levels. I think it's just set on a per screen basis, which is kind of weird. So I'm gonna go over to him and I'm gonna play that song. He's probably gonna do something. He's probably gonna be like, what's that song? I love it so much. Oh my god, it's the best song in the whole world. I love you, man. You're the coolest kid in the whole world. I don't know. What? Where on earth did you get all of this music? Are you okay? You want a glass of water? Okay, a glass of water. Excuse me, it's just that song that brings back memories before my ordination. I don't mean to be rude, but I'm having trouble imagining a younger you. Think again, my son. I wasn't always the father Hubert who people listen to between naps and Sunday Mass. I was young once, too. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it that way. Tell me, how was your civilian life then? Before the cassock and the vows? Oh, all I can tell you is that I didn't exactly start out as a country priest. I was struck with wanderlust back then. So, you'll never guess what I started out as. Wanna bet? Well, be careful there. We've got to bet a real thing. What shall we bet? Red. A good bottle of red. Agreed. Right, I'd say sword swallower in a traveling circus. Wrong, I was a cod fisherman on the grand banks of Newfoundland. A bottle of red for his lordship. You happen to have a corkscrew around, or the fog coming into port, hot soup and red wine waiting on the table. So many misty-eyed evenings spent clapping the front row, then waiting outside her dressing room. her, I was always just another sailor. Jibba-dabba-dabba-da. Okay. Abba-dabba-dabba-da. Newfoundland. I think we went to bed. The next day. Newfoundland. Testimonies. After the convent network, I brought back the girl by train discreetly. After very discreet, the mansion of Marie confessed she had slapped Catherine when felt guilty because that's why Henry the flooding. Okay. Well, we got some drunk talk here. We got some drunk talk here. Woo, buddy. Let's see where we can get that. It seems like something about Henry leaving. We need to talk to her more about that. We haven't fully talked to her about it. Hey, it's Regulus. It's Regulus. It's Regulus's tail. Let's talk to her about it. But we haven't talked to her about it. See if she has anything to say. Fortunately, my grandmother was there to keep things going on at the end of the war. When my grandfather disappeared, she sort of took on the role of head of the family. She was a force of nature. You didn't want to mess with her. She was the one making the decisions, making sure everyone did their work properly. She left us shortly after the damn flood in 1952. It's not a bad place to grow up. Make plenty of memories here. There's an ASN rugby matches on Sundays. You'd think the Battle of Agincourt was being reenacted every weekend if you listen to the elders commenting on the matches. The bistro. The circus comes to the fairground every year, the same season. Life here is gentle and peaceful if you just know how to enjoy it. It's kind of a small town where parents can let their children explore the parks, the streets, and the riverbank. Did you know you can swim in the river? Swim in the what? The river that runs through the Chronique. That's why we got turbines here. Originally, it was to supply the brewery with electricity, but eventually the whole town benefited. A big name in Chronique resistance. We were really lucky to have men of his caliber in charge of the fighting here. Uncle Andre didn't sit on his laurels either. He had his moments too. They worked together at the time, but at the end of the war, that great partnership melted away like snow in the sun. One argument, I don't know what it was about. Anyway, they stopped talking to each other, and ever since, Uncle Andre would spend most of his time picking fights. People of Chronique deserve a strong opposition to the ruling majority, he says. I already tried to reason with him, asked him to stop with his idiotic pride and be the bigger man. Who knows, maybe he could do something to help the brewery. Alright. I barely remember him. Once when I was 3 or 4, he took me to see a show and brought me a pack of sweets. I'd have liked to know him better. He was such an important figure. Okay. Dad left the day after the flood in 1952. The flood devastated our town. Turbine and a lot of equipment took on water. Everyone in town lent a hand. Even the children, including me and Catherine. I don't know if we were really all that helpful in the end, though. I was falling over with tiredness, and one of the workers carried me back to the house. That's when I saw Dad carrying Catherine in his arms. She was crying and rubbing her cheeks, saying, "It hurts, Daddy." My father tried to calm her down by stroking her hair. There's one odd thing that stood out, though. Dad's hands were black, and Catherine's hair looked like it was turning blonde. The atmosphere at dinner that night was gloomy. One No one said a word. I wanted to ask Catherine what happened, but she said she was tired and wanted to go to bed because Mum had told her off. There was a heavy silence for the rest of the dinner. Neither my mother nor my father spoke to each other. At breakfast the next morning, I slowly realized what was happening. Dad was packing his bags. He sneaked into his room, and as soon as he turned his back, I emptied his bags. I wasn't amused. I asked him why he was leaving without me, and why Catherine was allowed to go with him. He told me that I was older, and I was a big girl, and he was counting on me to keep an eye on Mum. He stayed completely calm, like he always did, never really answering the question. Yes, I know that feeling. Years later, when I was old enough to go to Bordeaux and see him on my own, I tried asking him again, why did he leave? Because of Mum? He only answered that Mum had the misfortune to be much too faithful. Typical of my father. She has the vices of her virtues. I didn't want to risk losing the chance to keep seeing him, so I never asked again. Alright. Hey, we got everything. Okay. I didn't realize we had 2 more things. I was very young then. Let's see. I was August 44, so I must have been around 4 years old. But I still remember several things about the day of the Germans come busting into the manor. I heard a huge racket and ran towards the garden just in time to see my toys and my tea set come flying through the summer house door. Soldiers shouted that they knew we were hiding resistance fugitives and that they weren't going to stop until they searched every nook and cranny. I should have been terrified, but I was too angry about my toys to think about it. Must have picked me up and got me away while they broke the windows with their rifle butts. It still makes me sad even now that summer house was the only folly my grandfather ever built. He always said that each generation should add to it, make it the jewel of the manor. But all that little girl remembered was the nasty soldiers broke her toys. Not that her grandfather was going to die a few hours later. It's probably better that way. The summer house got fixed eventually. We had a ceremony a year to the day after my grandfather's death. I was even given sweets. It was a communist resistance member who owed his life to grandfather that did it. It was his way of paying his respects. The local communist party didn't approve. Didn't look good for them. A communist mason rebuilding a rich effigy can't be having that sort of fraternization, right? Okay. I still can't quite get a good grip on what the resistance was all about in those days. When that comes up in conversation with older people, they all have their own take on the matter. Once they realize that I want to push the subject, some of them duck out by offering to buy around, always surprised by my interest in these old stories. Said it was because bringing up the past is like throwing a stone into a pond. The surf was lying there and makes waves. Better just to leave these things alone. Others would jump at the chance to talk about it, and then they'd be the one going to buy around just to get a break. They ended up saying that despite anything anyone might say, you really had to be there to live through it. Okay. Camps. I was still in my mother's belly when my father left to fight in 1940 when the Germans broke through. Then he was taken prisoner and only came back 5 years later. You do the math. The first time I ever saw my father was when he got off that train. In real life, I mean, because Mom had filled the house with photos of him. My grandmother, too. She'd always tell me he was the most handsome, the best. It was as if all Nerik was just waiting for him to return. So when everyone rushed to the station platform, I heard people whispering that he'd really changed. I looked up. My mother was frozen. My grandmother nudged me to go to him, to Dad, I mean, to hear the stories the women in my family told. This distant father of mine was some kind of hero. And then there he was, right in front of me. I threw myself at his neck. My mother followed me after a gentle push from my grandmother. Of course, I was much too young to understand my mother's shock. Russian friend. A Russian friend? No, it doesn't ring a bell. There's no shortage of foreigners in Nerik. Most of them are from close neighbors, mainly from Italy and Spain. But no Russian, as far as I know. My only guess is he is protecting the Russian friend. But I think we have a contradiction here. Or, no, maybe not a contradiction. We're not looking for contradictions, are we? We're just looking for... We're just looking for things. Like, we're looking for, like, felt guilty because of why Henry... Okay, so... I think we need to... I think she said something about the flooding here. I think we need to match that up. Maybe this one? Nope. Oh wait, maybe this one. The day of the flooding in 1952, after being saved by Henry, Catherine received a slap from Marie. Okay. Alright. And that's why... Oh, okay. 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 Well, I'm gonna try it. You might as well try it, right? You might as well try some of these new things. So I think we were protecting her from her. Maybe... I don't quite understand what I'm going for here. I mean, I think I know what I want, but I'm not sure. Oh, maybe it's because of that. There we go. That's it. Victor left here to protect Catherine. Bam! Why did he bury him? See, that I'm not 100% sure. And then we have two options here. Why did Henry make himself very discreet after returning? Or how could Henry be a loyalist before the war and sing a communist anthem after returning from camps? Okay, we got those to figure out. We have more stuff to ask people though, so I feel like we have some more stuff to do. So I think we're probably gonna stop playing now. What is today? Today's Thursday, so we'll pick this up on Sunday. Probably finish it on Sunday. Do some December stuff. And, yeah. It's probably what we're gonna do. Okay, let me, I don't really need to save, I just quit, right? Blowing past your time guesses? Yeah, well this game is very, very difficult. Like, it's kind of crazy, its difficulty, in my opinion. Alrighty, well, we are going to see what's going on in December world, I think. Because it is December. And, it's Decembering. We're almost certainly going to beat this on Sunday, though. I don't think I'll be streaming on next Tuesday. That is New Year's Eve, and I believe I will be celebrating New Year's Eve with some friends at their house, so I will not be able to stream on Tuesday. So make a note of it. Make a note of that. So my next stream will technically, so after Sunday, which is the 29th, my next stream will be the 2nd. So my next stream will be a 2025 stream. First stream of the new year. You made a note? Good. Good deal. There's not many December people on right now. Not many people Decembering. Let's just find somebody who's Decembering. You're welcome. I think, was it me? Was it me? Yeah, it was me. Okay. I gave a bunch of gift subs on the eve of Christmas. Alright, I think we're gonna raid somebody we've never raided before. Raid, next 242 is playing Lands of Lore, Throne of Chaos, a game I've never played before and probably never will play because it's one of those RPGs that takes 1,000,000 years to finish. I think. Yeah, baby. I don't have 1,000,000 years. If I did, it would be I might be able to finish all the adventure games ever made. Maybe. Unless they keep making games. Alright, I will be back on Sunday. Like I said, Sunday. Join me for more and the conclusion of Chronicle of the Silent, which is the English translation of the name of this French game. Join me for that. And then we'll probably do some December stuff to round out December, with probably some more short AGI games. We'll probably play the demo of that third game, Tex McPhillips. So join me for that on Sunday. Thank you all for being here. Have a great night, everybody, and I'll see you all next time.